Ooh, shiny!
Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Wait, wait. This music right here is kind of making me want to play Hi-Fi Rush again. Gosh, Hi-Fi Rush is such a masterpiece, though. Let me see. Where's my Hi-Fi Rush? There we go. Oh, last play was October 17, 2023. Dang, I played for 20 hours? Wait, there's new more. De novo removal and patch information. Oh, wait, what? Since what? 2025 they removed de novo? Shit, wait a minute. Wait, this is actually good. I mean, I didn't even know this because the game was kind of intensive, right? It's something that de novo does. It doesn't really prevent privacy from happening. You know, people that goes yeah ha with a bottle of rum will always pirate things given more time, right? So with or without de novo, game is going to get pirated, more or less, right? So them removing de novo means that the game is going to be a lot more less, actually a lot less intensive and more stable per se, right? Per se. So wow, wait, I might revisit this game again. Like Hi-Fi Rush is such a good game, honestly. It's so fun. Right? Hey, maybe someday that's a thing that I could do. But still, hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Hi Jake. Hi Bread Talk. Hi Ninetales. Hi Mama Dragon. Welcome. Wingy hug back. Oh. Oh. As a kobold, being enveloped entirely by dragon wings is like the best thing ever. Am I right or am I right? Is there any way to disable the stream closed captioner permanently? I have to disable it every time. I'm not too sure, honestly. I recently re-added this stream closed captioner because I realized there are a few people that needed the closed captioner to like interact with the stream. The speech to text is wrong almost 80%. Really? That bad? I didn't really realize that they are that bad. Oh, wait, what? Really? Is my stream getting a shit ton of delay here? Oh, no. Okay, so... Wait, how is it a different kind of captions going on? So I just did a check just now. My name according to it is Talk 99. No. Hi Akko. Oh my god. Okay, so I have these captions right here. This one is pretty accurate, I would say. But then somehow the one on my stream, which I don't know why it's a different one. Like this one is kind of like a lot of time it's wrong, question mark? It's kind of wrong, is it? Oh, infinite cobalt. Oh shit, oh shit. Okay, wait, no. Too much cobalt, too much cobalt. I guess it's kind of bad, honestly. Oh, it's a new Akko Borb. It's Akko Boborb. Hope Akko is doing good. Hope you're doing good. Is there settings for this? Uppercase all font? Uppercase all text? Ooh. Increased line count? Oh. I messed up. Oh, shit. Oh, no, wait. Okay, there we go. I guess it's a bit of a hassle, but I guess you can hide the CC text. But yeah, still, it's like, it's troublesome, I'm sorry. I feel like I kind of want to keep the closed captions, albeit it's like very girls caption. Oh my god, the closed caption thingy. I know it's like bad. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. It's, yeah, like I mentioned, it's a hassle. I kind of want to keep it for. There are a few people, like, I know it's like the very minority, but there are a few people who needs this like closed caption to kind of understand what's going on. Maybe I should find a better closed captioner then. Actually, I should research on this, right? Research on which caption could be like is the more properly captioned word thing English hard, okay? Right. I could research on that. I could look into it, right? Maybe the stream closed caption is not that good, I guess. It's okay, but it's, yeah. It could be better, right? Could be better. But anyways, though, today we're playing more Project Pufferfish. I mean, Project Silverfish. We're going to raid a lot more places. We raided the refinery. We raided the. Did we raid the Dead Bridge? Yeah, we raided Dead Bridge. So 2 NFTA areas has been raided properly, and today we're gonna do maybe a bunch of dungeons, I guess. There's one in my. There's one in the refinery that I need to do. That does mean I have to raid the refinery again. The only problem is that I don't have I don't have gas nade anymore. No gas nade set cobalt noises. Wait, 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 wait. So a big deal, just a little bit annoying. Ignore my ramblings. No, it's entirely valid. To me anyway, it is entirely valid because when the closed captioning is 80% wrong, we have a problem, right? So that is fair, right? I would need to research more into like a different kind of closed captioning. Like the last time I was researching on the emote wall, um, emote wall is like back then I used the Streamlabs built-in one. Yeah, Streamlabs, and that one is not animated at all, and then it just kind of appears even if the emote is supposed to be animated, it's just not. And then I was like, oh yeah, no, that sucked. So then I researched on it, took me a little bit, and I realized, oh, that's like a HTML file. that I can copy, and then that emote wall works a lot better, right? The emote will be animated, right? It is always animated, and I think it's nice. Like, look at my tail, and look at my tail, right? I think it's nicer. So I think it's due time to research more the things to improve my stream a little bit. But yeah, more projects, pufferfish. I really love that pufferfish though. Yeah, mini Kobo. It's canon. Oh man, the the Hi-Fi Rush music is really like really good. Alright, let's open up Project Pufferfish and then close the music. I want to play Hi-Fi Rush someday. Revisit the game. And not to stroke my own ego, but I think I'm pretty okay with rhythm games. I think actually. You know what? I'm not too sure, but I love rhythm games a lot. Oh, that's kind of loud. Series Pendrick. Like what you see? Why not drop a follow? Must drop a follow. It's kind of funny because I was like really looking at like back then how I do stream is kind of like I want more people to be here. So I learned from YouTube videos that saying that more call to action is like good, right? So I have a lot of like Streamlabs messages. Back then it was like a lot. I think it happens like half an hour. Every half an hour you will see Streamlabs saying like, oh, drop a follow, good, or if you see something nice you can clip. That's a thing. I thought mine is donation with a dough. Oh, I didn't know coffee is a thing. Wow. Must be a built-in coffee link. Because mine has always been... that's the thing. Like what you see, Mlem the Bolt. Mlem. Uh-oh. I love how a dragon Mlem is essentially a kobold getting licked entirely, and I like that. My entire body is getting Mlem, oh my god. Alright, well, we have... Oh, right! We have the 50 cal gun. But I already used up most of the booty. I would stop it. I don't want to get eaten. Alright, we're gonna get ready for... getting ready to go to a dungeon. And that also means that I have to... Should I cook more leftover? I'll think about it. So we're keeping this. I'm actually keeping that even though I have a better one now. This is a trade thing, but I don't think there's anything for me to trade here. Don't I already have like an extra officer's coat? Yeah, I have. Okay, we're ready. Oh, I have 2 of these. What? Oh, we don't need Type 12 pistol anymore. We can take them out. Oh my god. I thought these are the same gun. Oh, these are the same gun. Okay. So we can trade them on out as well. We're gonna be very heavy, which is, I think, kind of fine for now. Dog tags. Bunch of keys. Putting in this one. probably gonna need some food here. Don't have enough bandage to make MRI. MRI needs this and this. That's actually enough food. Plus my leftovers, that should be good enough. MRE is so heavy? It's even heavier than leftovers. What? I will release her afterwards. Oh, okay. It's always such a conundrum because I love malls. I love malls. I really do. And then I don't like being eaten. That's why it's such a conundrum. Some people may say that that's a very weird Kobo behavior. I can't help it. Am I? Okay, I'm kind of mentally damaged. 10 hours sleep. 10 hours sleep. Wow. Look at it. It's already afternoon. Don't mind me sleeping for 10 hours.
Hi there.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, Varix has some nice, like, animated emotes. Look at that mall.
Keep walking.
Oh, wow, you have the best gun. I don't know if that's good. I'm taking it anyway. You can have the Type 12 pistol for some money. Okay, 5 money is all you get.
Next time.
Baby croc coded. Oh yeah, crocodiles keep their babies in their maw for safekeeping. Maybe this Koboldish is baby croc coded. You're right.
Someone's in a hurry. I'll see you around.
Someone's in a hurry.
Hello there.
Suppressor, laser sight, combat optic, and angle grip. I remember this is like a really good one. This one carried me for a long time back then when I played the game.
Someone's in a hurry.
But I already have a better gun, so
Hey.
I'm not gonna... Dragon. I need to trade something big. You know what? Give me that. Give me that. Maybe I can give you this. Good enough.
I'm sorry, I can't help.
Hello.
Ooh, I need this. Scoped N77 luck. I remember this is Solar's favorite gun, I think. The luck. 27, and you hate that. Or you don't hate that, you like this. So... Good enough.
What are you looking at?
What are you looking at? Okay, so what we're gonna do right now is that I'm going to go to a bunch of different places and do some trading. So we're gonna stop by Flooded Village. We're gonna stop by Metropole as well. The Borough, I think that's what they're called. And I'm going to do a bunch of trading for a little bit so that I can clean up my inventory for a little bit. Many excess stuff that I can just sort of... Oh yeah, I'm hungry after that. Okay, good enough. Let's go to Flooded Village and do some trading real quick. This one is really good. I really love this one. I sense a 3 lurking. Ooh. Hi 3. Oh, wait, there's something that I want to talk about for a little bit. Well, not really talk about, but just something I want to say because it's something that I didn't expect, but it has been happening for lots of times, right? So I'm very happy. I'm not gonna call out who it is, but it's someone who I really look up to that I know, right? Someone who I really look up to IRL and who is also a dragon. But they never really interact with the stream, but I always saw, like, at the end of the stream I check the firebot and then I see who it is, and then I always see them there and it's like, oh my god. It's like, oh, I feel so happy. Like, they stopped by my stream. It's crazy. That makes me very happy. It is someone who I really look up to as well. Maybe I can say vaguely that they're a white noodle dragon. I almost shot you.
Hi.
Wiki? Oh. Even that's not enough. 2.
Goodbye. Hang on.
Did you just point your gun at me? I think you did, right?
Not clear. Gotcha.
Insurrectionist. I should help them.
Clear.
My loot. Yeah, my loot. Dragons always superior. Superior. Noodly turkey? Yeah.
I don't think it's here.
It's like someone who I met in real life that I really look up to. I know, I'm simping a little bit, but
Gotta get moving.
they're amazing. I see mushroom. You know, there are a lot of mushroom spawns, but I feel like because the NPC also takes mushroom, they're just stealing all my mushrooms now. And that's also why they always have, like, mushrooms to trade. It's like, god damn it, my mushrooms. And now I have to pay 3 money or 1 money to get the mushroom. It's like, huh. What a scam. Friend. Hello. Mine.
What are you looking at?
Ooh. Lab E206 keycard? Do I have this? Oh, I do. Okay, I'll just take this then. They.
Another time.
Someone's there?
Oh, hello.
Ooh, HE. AP. This one feels expensive. Yep. We should play DRG at some time again. Yeah, I've been thinking about it too.
Let's go.
There are like a few games that I want to play together again. Someday I should definitely do that. Like there's Repo, there's Phasmo, there's DRG. Like yeah, heck yeah. I should totally do that sometime.
Maybe
Man.
next time.
Kobo addicted to this game. Hi Evie. Yeah, because there's still so many things I can do. Found a perfume combo that fixes the smoky perfume I disliked just by adding rose perfume to the body too. Now it's a smoky floral rose scent. Ooh. Oh my god, triple flare. I don't need flares now. I'm kind of hoping the place sells gas grenade, like unlimited gas grenade stock, I hope. Because to raid a place, I think having a gas grenade is going to clean up really fast and really nicely. Alright, second place to train. Nice smell of smoky citrus, very floral and rose. Smoky citrus. Oh, random question. Random question to all of you. When in terms of food, right? What taste do you guys like the most? Because I feel like I'm the weird one here. When it comes to food, I like more soury, you know, like more sour side of the food. Like the Zhao Cai Fenggan I eat is like on the sour side. And then I like more lemon stuff. It's like, yeah. I prefer sour actually more than like savory and sweet. It's like, oh.
Hey.
I feel like I'm the weird one because in my family, only my mom and me likes sour stuff. The rest, not so much. But I like it though.
See you around.
That wasn't the question. It's
Hello. Keep walking.
I can eat the lemon like an orange. Sour and garlic are my favorites. Okay, okay. Guess I'm not too weird. Oh, hi. Revolution's been working on a big project lately. Welders and railway engineers. Oh, you also had the bull puppy. I can get that from you. Oh, you have a gas grenade. I want it. So, do we need food? I have 6 MRE. We don't need that. No tandem. Tandem sucks. We don't need flare. I can give one of these two. Oh my god. You know what? That's good enough. That's actually good enough. Forty cookers in a row, oh my god. Ooh, puppy. It's so small. Oh, but it uses 556 though, which I don't have a lot currently. I should not use that for now. This one is laser sight too. Right, do you have gas grenade? Being like the science team and all. You do, okay. But it's limited stock, I hate you. Oh, did I not bring my grenade launcher? Yikes. I took flashbang instead. Pass up gear. Ooh. This one cost 13k. I bought it for 33k. No, money. No. I got scammed hard. What the fuck? Context, I bought this in the shopkeep in M35 for 33k, this exact gun, which is the one I'm using. And then over here it just cost 13. What? No. I could have tried this one too. This one is also a night vision scope. God. Fucking damn it. Ah. Well, what's done? It's done. It is what it is. Oh. God damn it. Fine. Fine. I'm not sad at all. But at least we are light now, right? There's a spot that I can store things around here, so we can store things and then we can move to Refinery really quickly. We can stop at the depot. Oh no, we can go to depot from flooded plains, so that's nice.
What a little cutie bold.
Oh. Wait. That's Fred, right? Yeah. I think most of the time over here is just
Oh.
Fred.
Hey. Later.
Why do you all have the key card? Oh wait, it's here. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you're the Shinoipa.
Perhaps another time.
Oh wow. Take the grenade with 12 gas nade. That's really heckin' good. Store these. I wanna cuddle the Kobo. Speaking of that, I know I talked about this before. Really, like in the hopefully in the near future, but chances are low though. But in the far future, I wish I can have like my own plushie, right? Like my own Tira plushie. I would love that actually. And then I'll make it for I'll make it like people can buy it like a makeshift kind of thing, you know? Makeshift or some other like people that can make plushies. I haven't read that. Cistern? Connection? Lab E206 Norton Facilities? Lab 206? So I know Cistern is the dungeon that I went to. This one... Northern Facility? Okay, so this is Cistern, which I already know what's going on. Lab PD002. Prototype drill lab? Nope, I'm gonna be the real Kobo. So I can make a squeak. What is this? Okay, I'm... 7103A. Oh,
Not here.
not much else, I guess. I feel I should bring more bullet, but maybe I don't need to. Weight looking kinda nice. Eat one ammo. Oh, I'm gonna draw tarot card. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, the demon doesn't look good. Oh no. What does that do? Am I gonna meet a demon? Oh, military hates me as well. I mean, obviously. Revolution and freelancer really like me. Well, I don't know what Damon does, but... Okay, I think we are pretty much ready. Let's go. Oh, there's only many purple here. It's fine. My mantle is still good. Lurking the fish puff. Oh, okay. Have a good luck, my talk. I missed it. Have good luck. I'm just gonna open up lights. Fuck it. I mean, what's the worst gonna happen? People shooting at me? In game? Like, I just shoot back. You know what I mean? It's better than I cannot see anything. Know what I mean? Maybe something spawn? Maybe some like some big guy spawn? Venison maybe? I don't know. I'm just gonna go to depot and then go to slums and then to the refinery and then to the dungeon. I'm trying to destroy the thing. Like anything that I need to bring. Any stalker willing to break a few of the toys? Okay, so not saying that I need to bring anything, so that should be fine. Wait. More vandalism? Nice. I should stop by the Lone Wolf Saloon sometime. Let's not be too ballsy here. This place is a war zone. Wait, I'm supposed to go to slums. This dungeon? Oh, oh. I'm gonna go to the refinery dungeon to break. Good luck, have fun. Oh my god, when Mama Dragon drops the good luck, have fun, I'm scared. I mean, I did survive the weird catalyst thing in the M35, the cultist one. No one's here? No way. Where did everyone go? This place is a war zone though. slums it is. Oh my god, this lightning thing, I swear. Welcome to slums. Where there's lightning everywhere. I'm gonna get hit for a little bit, but it's fine. Those are NFTAs speaking. Maybe I don't need to fight them, you know? We can just raid the refinery again. Let's go. We don't need to fight them. Right? They can fight all the scavs over there. It's fine. Something's happening already. What the heck? Uh-huh. That explains it. Thank goodness I have a suppressor gun. I should ask them a question. I'm guessing you a question. More. One close. One closer. Alright, we good. Now we wait. See, the gas is so good. Saves me a lot of work. I don't need to do anything. And it normally helps me clean them out as well. There's nothing funnier than aiming for headshot and accidentally blowing off the half of the man's body. I'm Brian, just finished Fallout 1. Ooh! Hi Brian. How was the Fallout 1? Aim for headshot blowing off the man's body. Is the gun too stunk? Of course that thing is not affected by poison. Oh, Brian is doing good now, my nigga. Cultist? Think gas is good. I love gassing them a question. Oh, where did that thing go? Oh, I'll let that thing do its work. Yeah, they all they died. I gassed them too much questions. Fallout is brilliant and has insane replay value. Trying to keep myself from starting again as I put up Fallout 2. They do a new file is the stupid with big strong. Stupid with big strong? Oh my god, that sounds like a couple. Haha. Someone's there? Not anymore. Okay. Of course, the cultists. there's gonna be a lot of alarm going off, I'm sorry. Alright? Because I haven't cleaned everyone up yet. Okay. Nice, free bullet. I don't even want to take the shot. I took the shot. I cannot see if there's someone there. Yep, there is. Okay, so it's that thing. Died. If you start with one intelligence, you literally can't communicate properly. You initiate from this. Dang, I was reading chat. NPC with dialogue options like Uka Puka and Mama? Really? You start with Uka Puka Mama? I love that, oh my god. Maybe I should try out Fallout 1 and 2. Uka Puka Mama? Yaki Piki Radiation. Whoa. That's a lot of radiation going on. I should probably run off. Alright, can you guys shut the fuck up with the alarm and shit? No, stay in the radiation free extra. Oh no, stay in the radiation free extra limb. I don't want extra limb. I thought there's someone else. Oh my god, just get the fuck out of me. There should be one here as well, I believe. Or nearby at least. I want to wait for the flare nade to like. This is Kobo behavior. Hi Fluffy, extra tail? Oh my god, I think extra tail is really nice. If a whole arm sprouted from my chest, I'll be so happy. Imagine all the stuff I could do with my new chest arm. Thumb rest on myself, jack off. Jack off with a new chest arm. Yo. Truly the most important thing. Whole 3 hot dogs? God damn. That's very tempting. So, is the flare nade gonna be here forever or something? Wait, no one's here? There should be someone still because the alarm keeps sounding. Hold 3 kobolds? Yeah, that's also nice. Oh, at least I can see things. It's not all that bad. I will no longer be able to hug a kobold. Arm get in the way. Oh no. That's a big downside. Shit, I wasn't ready. You must be the one that keeps sounding the thing. Wait, hug two kobolds at once? A kobold on each side of me? Kobold in me? Oh my goodness. Where your gun? Did it fall off? God damn it. Yeah, it might have fallen off. I need boarded. Just got back from a Pathfinder session. Oh, welcome, chipmunk. Welcome. Egging me. Imagine the cost of clothing. Everything would have to be custom made. Oh, that's true as well. Could you imagine the pranks? Ah, the important stuff. Our party recruited the Kobo NPC as a new friend. Yeah, never enough kobold. Let's go. Very, very nice. We love kobolds. Top chipmunk is doing it. Wear a regular shirt and reenact the John Hurt scene from Alien. Okay, I don't know what that is, but that sounds kind of cool. Hi, Bad Gamer. Right, now we can go to the dungeon. I'm pretty sure I cleaned up most of the people here. There shouldn't be a lot of people left because of like all the anomalies and shit. There's still someone there. Where's that person? Where did they go? Where? What? Keep trying, asshat. I didn't see you, and now you can see me. Flop onto a tries forward, but still definitely do so, knowing ahead of time that the game will brutalize you at first on purpose. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess that's fair. Thank goodness I switched the gun first. What a rat just staying here. One and two are evil to the player. Ooh. Also, what is this thing? Did the cultists hate me so much now they sent something new to me already? Huh? Like, look at this thing. What even is this? Oh, wait, you're so cool though! Yo! Yeah! Marquez Brownie. Wait, no. What? That's 2016. That's so cool. I don't know what that is. Got stuck in the watershed for so long on every previous playthrough. This is the only time I've been able to beat it in like a decade of trying every few years. Pretty confident I can jump and get away with another successful run now though. Ooh, so you can learn the game? That kind of thing? That's pretty cool. I love when the game is like learnable and beatable. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like unfair hard, but it's like learnable hard, like Monster Hunter. I like that. B. Alright, where's the dungeon is here, right? No, it's not. It's also rather short as far as RPGs go, roughly around 15 hours outside. Yeah, that is actually pretty short for an RPG. RPG usually can go on for about like days, months on end. Well, maybe not months on end. It's not. Yeah, many days. Even if you make a bad build, you find out less than a handful of hours in the game. You can just rerun track. Oh, that's nice. Right, going in. Rewrote this character technically and caught up with one session. Factory. Does... Oh, so daylight affects this place, okay. There should be more enemies here, I feel like. Looks rather empty for a factory. Only reload so I could play a fan patch and the save didn't carry over. Oh. I'm sorry if the companion's not doing what I asked. Fish breakfast? Ooh. Have good breakfast, Akko. That's a lot of explosions going on. What the heck is going on? Oh, no button. Non-RPG question. Kobo ever like Elite Dangerous? Do you get curious far recently and has been playing? I never heard about the game Elite Dangerous. Literally inedible. Can't even write. Night Akko. From behind, you ass. Oh my god, they are packing the good shit. What? God damn, they are packing the good stuff. It's a scav? You a scav? You a scav? What? Never been able to play too primitive. Heard Indie Danger is quite good, never played either. Ooh. Elite was one of the first major sci-fi open world space games in the 80s. Very revolutionary for the time. Oh, so it's like a sort of an old game, huh? Super non-hand holdy space flight sim. It wasn't even an NFTA that shot at me or something. Let's lay low for now. And like taking package delivery jobs and just landing on a planet is so involved. Ooh. It's fun for Turkey? I'm glad it's fun for Turkey then. Heck yeah. So is this a thing that I need to destroy? Maybe I need explosions for this. Good thing I have a few. Nope, I guess it's not this thing. Mining in space is fun as hell too. Mining? Shiny? That's very close. Am I being shot at already? Yep. With a shotgun, even.
Surround them.
Diggy diggy hole. That's not even NFTA. Fuck you. Okay, they don't hurt. Scare the fuck out of me. I'm sorry, I feel like I shout a lot in this game. I just got scared very easily. Is this the factory? Yes. I'm at the factory now. Ooh, I need that, I need that.
You can't hide.
But I can though. Thanks for giving me footsteps. So there's not even NFTAs in the factory, but scavs? Vandalism. Does that attract people? Does that attract lizard? The new one? NFT can spawn here unless I misremembering. The new one? This place was primarily the turf too? Yeah, it is. But then I killed 4 scavs. four scavs. No NFT here at all? I believe Dragon. Why would Dragon ever lie to a couple? They never. I love dragons. They're really packing good stuff. I don't want to take too many things though. Even though I lost 33k money. Well, I could have just bought that for 13k instead of 33k. Was my mouse drifting just now? What the heck? Kobo's at the bestest? Wait. But dragon. Does it affect here? Feels like it does. Maybe it doesn't. It's just getting dark, but nothing's happening. What's going on? I guess we can try to call some NFTA by sounding the alarm. Already gunshots. Maybe just a test siren. Yeah, I feel like it doesn't affect when I'm in like a dungeon. And like it's hard coded not to affect when I'm in a dungeon. Albeit the dungeon is like still outside technically. Kobo is honorary shiny for dragon. Oh. Kobo is shiny? Oh my god. Ah, wait, this is the thing that I need to destroy now. Oh! Oh! Aha! They are fucking helicopters and shit, okay. Let me stay in my room. What is that gun? Ate my food. One more pills. I'm sure they're not that bad. I wonder where they drop. I assume the helicopter just dropped troops and that's it. Hearing them but very far away. 19 worry about it's only birds. Someone shot me from very far away. How did I even get there? Wait. It's just Brian making noise? Bird noises. Burrito. Burrito. We love burrito. Oh. Whoa. Thanks for showing yourself. This place is like stinky poo-poo gas. Doesn't hurt that much, but can be quick. What'd I do? I assume those particles mean stinky poo-poo gas. Does that make me sick? Make me sick? Sick? No, okay, then that's good. But 36.4 Celsius is mildly high, I think. Kobo super sick? No. I'm not sick anymore. I don't want to get sick anymore. I hate it. More vandalism. Kobo not sick. I was sick for the past 2 weeks and I think that's good enough. Yeah, just bad smell. Oh, you mean in-game? Oh, what is that? How do you explode after? Tree. That's a book, right? I wanna draw a tarot card here. Oh, it's a demon again. Because character was Coffin. Oh, feels like Mama Dragon has a lot of delay. It feels like my stream today has a lot of delay, not just Mama Dragon. Weird. Is this a jail? I was just thinking that result of the stream, hoping it helps. Hopefully. Usually when I have a lot of like stream delay, pausing and starting, pausing and playing the stream helps sometimes. If not, a refresh should do. Here's hoping. I've been squeezed. What the heck? No, wait, this is another entrance, no? Unless this is the entrance to the docks, but I don't know. Yep. Heckin' yep. Seems quicker. Nice. And that's another entrance. Drink? I should drink. Stretching feels good. Oh, oh, oh. How many homebrew medicine do I have? 9? I guess I can keep using the dirty bandage. Unclean will stop the bleeding, but at the risk of getting sick. Yeah. But when push comes to shove, I guess I have to use that. Oh. I think it's stinky poopy gas, this one. Oh, is it radiation? I'm not coughing. Okay, I'm coughing. More helicopters, maybe? No fever, but 36.6. It's getting close. I guess it does cause me to have, like, sick. I heard someone. I don't even know where I am. If I see you burp, that's a huge burp if I can hear it from this far. And vodka and tonic during the game. What's a tonic? I know tonic, but I know vodka. Okay, she's... Sounds like fighting. I love this thing. Oh my god. This thing is so jank, I love it. Not much, just fancy fizzy water with a twist of orange. Oh, that tastes, that sounds really fucking good. We have company.
Target in range.
That's what you get. I'm using pistols now. Nice pose. Oh my god, they're packing the good shit. What? Oh my god, I can't believe I challenged them with a pistol. What the fuck? Oh my god, they're packing the good shit. No way. Okay, I need to be careful not just use the pistol like that. I got lucky that I landed all my shots. Most is not all. They really like the electrical boxes? Yeah, they do. Fair enough, it's something of the operation thing, right? That sounded like a very weak gun. Isn't this where I first started? Yeah, it is. Okay, okay. Maybe there's like an electrical box that I missed here. I bombed this one. And I realized it's not that thing.
Engaging the enemy. I'm wounded!
I guess you are. I'm feeling a little bit saucy today, a little bit sass. A tiny bit of sass today. That's not the one, right?
You can make the funniest looking people in the whole world.
Oh, I see it. Nice shot, me. What the fuck? Okay, so they explode now? Sassbold. A little bit, a little bit. Okay, I need to find electrical boxes. Hey, hey, Susie Q, what's cooking with you? That's a shit ton of bolt that you can get. Are they producing these mechanical robots? Like non-stop? Is that what's going on? I'm onto the thing. That's downstairs.
Watch it again in slow motion.
Hey, what's that? Uh-oh, stinky. So Cultist is on the hunt for me as well, huh? can direct you to one if you need a hand. They're kind of decently hidden. Oh, it's okay. I'll spend some time here. How much? 90% poison? Maybe this could help. Less protection though. Oh my god, it's working. Oh, it's working! I'm not coughing anymore. I need to get drunk. Oh yeah. No more mental damage. This one's not that worth. 0.5 for 35 is not worth as well. Throw them away. These are 0.2. No fever. Man, even cultists can get into this place. Wait. Breathe. Oh my god, so many rats. Does this work? Oh, it does. Perfect. Hi, Breen. I can spam a Dean. How Breen is doing it.
Break the rat. 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 Break the rat.
Many
Break the
rats.
rat. Break the 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 rat. Break the
Fish
rat.
break the rat. Heck yeah, rat. More vandalism. Oxygen tank? Oh, I'm not rat. But it's getting faster. Is it? I feel like it kind of stayed the same speed to what the throughout the entire break the rat. Getting thick now. Oh, I have all the keys. Kobo has all the keys. Oh, not this thing. What? It's so heavy, but it costs so much. Oh, we got some hey-yup bullet as well. Nice. Someone's here. That footstep doesn't sound like a robot, question mark? Where's that sound coming from? What? Hi, 3. Hi, Z. Semi lurking while doing chores and lunch? Heck yeah. And good luck doing chores and also have good lunch. Oi. Wow, Kobo is so high up. That one's too far. Those note. Gaetan. More like heart done. Heart done. Okay, I haven't been here yet. That's a good sign. No one saw that. No one saw that. What's with the explosions? Oh no. That doesn't look good. Oh. You have some Counter-Strike level of inaccuracy. I'm sorry. I found 2 so far. I'm getting a little bit too slow. At least that's slightly better. Taking this becomes 65%. Where do you guys keep coming from? This is a new place. How did I even stumble upon new places and new places? Oh, this is the stinky place, but because I resist poison, so this doesn't affect me anymore. I want to play shotgun, but I feel like shotgun in this game is very not viable. Oh, we can sound the alarm. It is like I was never here. I'm a ghost. A Kobo ghost. Oh my god. Your shinies are all not safe. They're all gonna get stolen. gun. That's a... Oh, that's a... That's a sidearm. Oh, meat. Oh my god, hi meat. Literally woke up 10 minutes ago, so I'm not quite awake yet. I want to say hey, so hey, hey. Hope meat had a good EP. Vampire the Masquerade. I saw meat play that. The way they talk in the game is kind of funny.
No matter how tender your skin.
How tender your skin? Why are you implying? So look at meat stream too. Also, just want to mention, meat has a dragon form that I really like. Might be biased because I love dragon, but still. I'm not here. No. Am I looking at a after image? Is this Kagebunshi no Jutsu or something? Looking after 8. Dog. Okay, so nothing's here. Oh, they're fighting. Where did the dog go? Oh. I mean, when you say they were well hidden, it's really well hidden. He's angry, staring at Death Stranding 2 while it updates super slowly so I can stream it soon. Oh. It's a candy? Ooh. Candy, good. What is that? Peach? Mine. Oh. Shit. That should spawn someone. Can't remember what game it was, but once I downloaded the MB update, then for some reason took almost 30 minutes for Steam to apply. Aww. Like Total Warhammer 2 took a long time and also hijacked my computer when updated. Oh my god. Hijacking computer while updating is crazy. So there should be one more, right? Yeah, there's one more. I already got the one here, but I want to check again. I got the one there, so okay, maybe I don't need to check this place again. Dance for Breen. That Breen emote was so good. The dance. It's a real good dance. Shinnick dance. Feels like I've been to everywhere I can. Corners? No? Hi Rollins. I like your Kobo dance too? Oh, Zeal did that. Amazing emote. Vendigo? Vendigo is fine. I already have like a shit ton of like hit squad that's trying to kill me constantly. My top 3 emotes right now are dance, butt dance, or transport funny enough. Ooh. Heck yeah, I'll take it. We're good shit. Gosh, maybe I am good shit. Have I been here? Have I been here before? Yeah, I did. Oh, it's the tree. And the tree leads to another entrance or exit. It's not like I don't want to run, but running is sort of slower in general than me crouch walking. Think I might have a type? Oh. I'm honestly I feel really lucky because again, you know, Malaysia is not really like a trans-friendly area or place, so to speak. And like I'm just glad that I have a community here that just like appreciates me for who I am. It's like why? Why? Oh, come on. Oh! You... FR? I thought there's somewhere in there. It took me so much lockpick for it to be nothing. I got baited. I got baited so hard. Oi. No sound, hello. Should I not get that much bolt? Bolt is 2 kilograms. Okay, I'll throw it away for now. I mean, 2 kilograms is 2 kilogram. 2 kilogram, eh? That is a shit ton of robots around. Oh, I can't get up. I see ladders that goes up. Oh, I've been here actually. But not up here. Is that molasses? The clip People are people. Everyone just wants to live their lives and be accepted for who they are, unless it hurts others. I literally don't get why people get upset about that shit. I know, right? It's stupid. Yeah. It's actually stupid. Like, gunshots? It's been 69 years. I'm glad for you too, Brain. Heck yeah. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. The fish out of water. Kobo out of bounds. Wait, this feels like an actual road.
Awaiting orders.
NFTAs?
Clear this area.
That's a homunculus. No way. Yeah, keep shooting down there, stupid.
I don't like this.
Ow. I have more of these bullets, no? They're just using trigger bot. They're cheating. Maybe up here I have a better vantage point. But I still cannot find the last one. I think that thing died to fire. To be fair, that thing is filled with fur or hair. I don't know. Nice.
Imperil TV.
Oi. 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 I cannot find the last one there. So hard to find one. Did it sound scary? A little bit. A little bit. Not too peekaboo. Don't shoot. Walao eh, I almost died already there. Don't shoot eh. I almost died already. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. If I die here, I literally will uninstall the game, I tell you. I spent here for so many years already and you kill me? Yeah. But then 4 damage is like so painful here. I feel like I checked all the corner already then. I also feel like maybe maybe the thing should be inside the building lah. But inside what building I don't know no. Here is like I first come here lah. This is like my first entrance though. I remember to ask you how to say a couple of things so I can say to my Malaysian co-worker. Ooh. I mean you can always ask whenever. Like now no if you want. Don't know if Kobo got the one I was thinking of, but she's been near it so many times. So many times, but then I... Okay, that's real. I am not schizo. That one is real reloading noise. What the shit? How tanky are you? What the? Oh, 鸡啦嘎！你可以哇，你跳绳大赛啊，大哥！你跳高了，我老。
That was interesting. But to start my stream, I'll see about messaging you later to ask if I remember good luck not dying. Okay, I'll try my best. I have fun stream too, Breen. Did you know that Breen streams as well? Look at that. Wow, 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 wow. Look at it. Look at that beautiful snake. Oh my god. We love beautiful snake. Wow, morning already. I haven't found it. Time lah. Oh wait, I need the poison resistant. The last one, I guess here now. I feel like this is the only place where I haven't really like check the most. I think maybe, I don't know. Even I confused already. Yeah. That was very loud. But then there's nothing here, leh. It's definitely not here now. Because this is the one that I got. This is the first one that I got that I burned myself. And then the helicopter spawned in. Where else though? This is the warehouse. So it's not there definitely. Kobo have 3. Yeah, I have 3. Nah. 3 out of 4 power boxes destroyed. I just need 1 more, but I don't know where it is. Oh, hi, yeah. I guess it has to be here. No? Thinking it could be here because this is the only place where I haven't really like checked thoroughly, I guess. Be mindful of my surroundings, check every corner. Do. So when something is too close, I cannot shoot? Is it foggy or is it just me? It is extremely foggy. Hello. I also broke that one. There's no power boxes here, that's for sure. It's not here. And then this is a door leading outside. I don't know where this leads, but I don't think I want to reload the map for now. Hint available if Cobalt one. Oh, Cobalt would like hint. Yes, I want hint. A hint would be nice, yeah. Not outside, but close to an outdoor area. Okay. Not outside, but close to... Not on ground floor? Ooh, okay, that helps a lot. I'm not on ground floor, okay. Gunshots. feel like it's here, but... So you know where I am constantly. Yep, yep. Who's shooting? Yep. Not outside, not on ground floor. Close to an outside area. Don't think it's here. Handgun? Was that shot at me? It felt like there was shot at me. Let's try going to the other places. We have some hint, we can work with that. Not outside. Hmm? Oh, bird! Hi, Gaetan. Back to luck on the workout mines. Okay. And good luck with the workout. I will drink water. I will hydrate. Oh, yeah. Nice. I don't think it's here. Oh. 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 Okay. Because this is one that I found the first. So I don't think it's here. There's no way it's here. Well. Wait, this is the starting area already. Oh, you don't have a gun. You have a gun. Wait, why don't you use it? Thanks for not using the gun, I guess. Can be more specific at one. Bird! Oh my god, Jake! More bird! 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 these are the only few buildings. And it's not there. I found that one. How about... Is it in this yellow building? Like, if you know where it is. Because this is the only place where I haven't found a single generator or power box, but then it's like so big, there has to be one in there. If too warm and cold, you're very warm heart. Ooh, okay. So yellow building it is, okay. Not on ground floor. Not on ground floor. Wow, they hurt. Whoa. Not there, there's one. Damn, nice jump. Ow. Gunshots. What if there's no way they're on the roof? I don't think they're on the roof. Are they? Oh, what? How did I miss that? Wait. How do you access this room? There's no way! I've never been here? Holy, I'm blind. Well, did it. Thank you. Like I said, I've around this so many times. I don't know how I managed to do that. It's okay, at least we found it. Now we can leave this place. I want to see what the other door, what that other door leads to. And Kobo being a little dum-dum here. Back up, Gaylord. Easy to miss them, Kobo is okay. Oh. It's okay, I'm getting blamed. I'll take the blame. Wait, where's the... Susie Q, what's cooking with you? Nice jump back. Whoa, I'm back here again. Oh wait, it's here. I want to see where these where this leads. All right. Maybe it's a factory too. Dogs? I was right then. So dogs. I've never been to dogs at all, I think. Comprised of stale crackers and an oddly dry meat paste. The flavor can be described as medicinal. Oh, that's why the health regen. 10 regen. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what I'm dealing with here. I don't even know where I am. I'm in docks. Mars! Oh my god, Squeaky Dragon. Hi, Squeaky Dragon. Welcome, welcome. Nice. Oh. That gun sounds like it means business. Oh my god. This squeaks quick. Hope Mars is doing good. That's nothing. I'm alright? Good to know. I'm glad. Bug. Oh, do we want to sound the alarm? Oh, that's spicy though. Need to find a good place to hide. Oh. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Give me loot. I'm gonna assume docks is also NFTAs area. I think lately, after meeting Jolly and also Mars, I like squeaky creatures more now. There's something about them that's so heckin' adorable. I like Kobo like become corrupted. It's okay. I'm glad I can get corrupted by this. It's a good kind of corruption. Whoa. Someone shooting at me? Hi, Kobo. Who was that? It's Freelancer, wait. Wee. Oh, thank you, Jade. Super Battle Golf? Ooh. It's a great thing I kind of want to play someday. How was heckin' super battle golf? Hopefully it was heckin' fun. Also, welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Kobold raid? Thank you. Thanks for the raid again. Oh my god. Hello. Do I need that? No.
Another time.
Yep.
Oh, hell.
Truly NFTA, this place. Oh yeah? Oh, it's a anomaly. I thought someone using laser sight on me. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them, Cobalt Gold. Thanks again. Hey, so hungry and tired. Yeah. Oh my god, they hurt. Oh, they died to fire. Those shots were crazy. Hi, Onyx. How do they hurt so much? That's like a not. That's not a good gun. Make sure to drink plenty of water. Yeah, water good. A moistened boat is a happy boat. This place means business. Ooh, I saw that lightning strike. Four kilogram, 1200. 1 kilogram for 800 is like so good. Maybe the turbo pump is not that good. Throw one away. It's too heavy. NFTA EDP West Carcosa Port Rail Howdy Beauty Black Lake. Oh, so this is a lower machine. I don't think there's anything important here, I feel like. If I see like a string of numbers, I'll stop. Okay, West Carcosa. Standard Theater Company. Edward Church? Saflo Industries. Aidan Saflo. Port Rail. Major port city coast of West Carcosa. Lots of things are like in the middle of West Carcosa, no? See, West Carcosa again. Bewley Chemical Mill. West Carcosa. Red Rook River? Black Lake. Small lake directly east of Port Rail. Convergence point of Tree River. Leading out into canal of Port Rail. Yeah, it's just lower machine. Ooh, can I eat that? Oh. Oh, more alarm. Ugh. Wow, they hurt. I should change back to stronger. Yeah, but there we go. On the alarm. This is fine. Sound like there's one behind. Hurt? What are they using? Hi, Peter. Project Silver Kobo? Yeah. Welcome, Dragon. Holy shit, the stuff they use to hurt.
Don't let them escape!
That was a lucky shot. Okay. Wow. They know how to use a nade? God damn. I'll use it again. You didn't escape? Escape what? There's someone that shot me from behind. There has to be one more. Up there? Okay. I was I was focusing on trying not to die. It's okay. What the important? What a very good. Alright. Holy, they are packing the really good stuff now. Good job. There was someone that's constantly shooting at me from behind. Alright, asshead. Yeah, they're really packing the good stuff now. Combat optic and laser sight. 900 ms. Oh, mine's better. Money bullet. That's a lot of medkit. Also, yeah, this place. This place is very water, very important. So says the fire water type there. I'm neither, but I'm dragon. Dragon good either way. Dragon always nice. I kind of want to get the dog tags, but maybe not. Saloon. Is this Lone Wolf Saloon? I think that's Lone Wolf Saloon. Wait, I have a lot of vandalism that I can use. Then a camera. Dragon. Never enough dragon. I love dragon. Oh my god, we're in Lone Wolf Saloon! Wait. Oh my god, Becky! Hi, Becky. Oh, Becky is doing good. I found my calling. Yellow reptile? Exactly. Oh no. How Bracky is doing good. Dragon. Oh, I have a lot of these. Take them out. I should take out all the bolts that I have. More dog tag? 109 dog tag? Reptile disruption. Flashbang. It's so many things. Oh, I have 2 of these. Wait. I mean, I still have a lot of these. Many different guns as well. I got the bull puppy. Oh yeah, I got the latex cat suit. I need egg and what again? Egg and red mushrooms? Plus Wiki, I think, to make homebrew medicine. Let's make a ton of them. Oh, hey! The Wanderer is everywhere.
Raw, good girl, get squimshed.
Get scream shit. Kobo's damaged. Oh my god. How much? 45? I think that's pretty good. Let's go trade for a little bit. Friend.
Oh, hello.
An air burster? It's 0.45.
Maybe next time.
Hello.
Oh, it's this one. I'm gonna get this gun. Oh, you want a better weapon? Shit. Fine. Yard master key? Class out terror nap for nap. You have mod duties, no EP. No EP allowed. I want the key and this one. Okay, at least you like this. You want another one? Like that?
I got
Thank
your
you.
back.
I'm the best. Science team. Big project. Welders and engineer. The wall. Valuable materials. Interaction route out north at the dead end? Tunnel up there, but it's not what they think. Dead end? Buddy black market, they sell things. Okay. That's a lot of gossips, but I heard all of them. What is this? .45 cal? Magnum pistol? Features suppressor, red dot sight, extended mag, and high power flashlight. I need it. I need it. I need that gun. Taking these. No tandem. Magnum. That might be too much things, I think. Oh my god, you don't like anything. I already saved this thing, so I guess I can give him. It's documents though. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe not that much stuff then. That's good enough. I found a new cool gun, but it's .45 cal though. Whoa. Can you use air bursters? I don't know what air bursters is, but I'm kinda curious. Let's change bullet. How much air burster do I have? Microfrag. Hollow point. No air bursters? Oh crap. Maybe I shouldn't be using that then. Let's just grab hollow point. No. RPC. Oh my god, I have almost 1,000. Take 150. Put this one back. This one. Appoints Peter my mod duties for being too cute. Still some things that I can trade for. What was that bear? Did it just have like random real life footage of things? What the heck is even going on? Okay, this like
Good to see you.
overwhelming sensation.
Good evening.
Hey, buddy. Goodbye.
I'm not seeing shit.
Oh, hey, you have airbursters.
Fuck off.
I want to shoot this guy so bad. Nothing cool.
She's heading this way. Quick!
I'm not too heavy. Let's find someone else to trade around. Oh, that is a flashlight. Oh my god. Okay, so we finished that. Pump room. I think I still remember this being like a 308 something, right? Wonder if it's actually the one dungeon in, you know, the one dungeon in Depot. I feel like that could be it actually. 10 hours sleep. Ooh. Right. And Kobo love to sleep for 10 hours. Wow. One more. Let's bring sausage. Maybe I should bring canned beef and I think it was like rancid meat, I think. To make sausage? No. How do you make sausage again? Is it with dog meat? It could be dog meat because I don't have dog meat at all. Okay, it is dog meat. Right. We need more dog meat. At least sausage is not that heavy. Okay, weight-wise, looking good. New gun, looking good. Let's go to depot. Wait, unless I can complete the quest here. Spot work. Okay, there we go. Turn the documents into the magpie at the lower station. Look at the info they can find about local railway and its operations. Good price for any official documents containing that kind of info. Office building in the middle of the depot. Its record department will be a good place to start. I feel like I've done this before. Homokiss iPhone magpie. I have that. There you go, free money. Okay, let's see. I mean, I assume this one is in Depot. This one is also in Depot. Haven't been to the Paladin Brandy yet. Buried treasure, I forgot what this is. Let's go to Depot. Let's go to Depot. Depot. From docks to... Okay, from slums to Depot is easier. Let's go. I think it's bright daylight outside, so it's gonna be a bit it's gonna be a little bit spicy. Let's go to Tiara's house and give her a belly rub. Oh my god. I'm getting... Oh, getting belly rub from Dragon. That's gonna get Kobo mega excited. Something's gonna poke out of somewhere. Oh no. I don't think I said this, but I hope Brecky is doing good. Welcome, welcome. Explodo, hi. I also thought it said Project Zomboid, but on the upside to find funny lizard game. It is a good funny lizard game. Thank you. Don't worry about it. It's just some belly rubs. That's fine. Yeah, yeah. All right, I found a new gun. I don't know how strong this is. Never used this pistol before. But it costs more money than my current handgun. It's 1500, so it has to be good. Belly rubs with something poking out? Exactly. It's the good stuff. Unhinged. Hmm? 0.1 kilogram for 20. Plus 100 revolution reputation. Minus the 100 to both insurrection and military. I'm gonna wear these just to piss them off, I guess. But no. To get the depot, I have to get somewhere high up. Oh. That's a Magnum? The Magnum doesn't feel like Chris Redfield firing a Magnum. You know, in UMVC 3. And then Chris like, Magnum. Magnum. Eat blood. You're lucky that Chris is not trying to punch you. And using guns instead. Only one NFTA? No way. Did you get lost? Oh yeah, I forgot about tarot card. Draw. Red stag. I don't know what that does. Nope, don't know what that does.
Clear this area.
NFTA. Sounds like they're above. There, I think.
Hold up.
Unlucky. They really dropped the hold on. You think I'm not what? Hold on for what? For you to shoot me? Huh? I think this is the way to...
Help me! I'm on fire!
Somebody finally knows how to take the ammo out the guns. I mean, I've been doing that at from the start. Gunfight. Count me in. I think that was scavenger.
I think I saw. It's showtime!
It's showtime runs away. It's showtime. Runs away. It's crazy. Showtime! Ow! Been playing this since the alpha in 2024. It's honestly baffling seeing how many people doesn't know they can do that. Ooh, I guess I do right click a lot, so maybe that's how I know about it rather quickly. M1 lucky boat. Getting shot down to the rid of the shave and everything. Therapist? Do not enter? I'm sorry, I couldn't read. What is this place? Yep. D? Ken session? Stew session? Whitney session? Oh, therapist! This is breach of privacy though, should I do this? Looked like he was waiting to play hardball until we went for the tail. After that, he became very cooperative. Maybe he can even work off the rest of his debt. What? What debt? Aren't you a therapist? This time I got my hands on one of those insurrectionists. That's real. I'm not schizo. One of those insurrectionists? Yeah, therapist? He broke down before you finished tying him to the fucking chair. I gave some spiel about their master, the human. Says he's drinking people's blood and some shit. Real weasel, trying to get out of this session early by making up stories. I'm going to take my time with him. That's not really therapeutic. Am I missing something? He broke quick, but he ain't coughing up anything useful. Doesn't matter what we do to him, he just keeps screaming about some horse on the beach. Doesn't know what we should have expected. It's not like the broker is going to trust his secrets to some runner. He's a waste of time. I dumped his body in the canal. Oh my god, fucked up. This is not a therapy. What? Horse on the bridge? Sounds kinda hot. Here we got a little pinko girl, scrappy one too. I'll go into too much detail about this case. What she delivered is much more noteworthy. Turns out the big mama is a big secret. She's sewn some sort of artifact into her own belly. That makes her bulletproof. Explains why nothing out here has been able to take that bitch out. Must be how she got the name Roach. Oh, artifact. Oh, ooh, lore. Wait, I remember that because last time I played, there was this, I used the scanner on her, and then it lit up bright. It's like, huh, what's going on? So that's what it is, artifact. Mama Roach, my beloved. Confirmed. Artifacts are edible. Yeah, I wish I can eat them. Like, this one looks very delicious, no? I mean, look at this thing. One. This one also looks like a gummy, you know, grape flavored gummy with glitter. Oof. If only, if only. It's a kill, I think?
Lead the way. This is coming.
Wow, 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 wow. That looks like a really cool gun. Get one-shotted, dum-dum. Everything is edible at least once. I mean, true, but also dangerous. Let's go up. Maybe the .55 Magnum is really good. Wait. Shit, press the wrong button. Ooh. 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 Oh my god. Golden candelabrum. Kobo rich? Holy shit. This one 230. This one is less than 1 kilogram, right? No, 1.4 kilogram for 200. Nah. Tech Light Sculptor. Light Pouch Vest. I would use this armor so hard because of the carry rate bonus, but it just doesn't protect my anything. I'm keeping it anyway. It's not that heavy. Oh. Kobo found mega shiny. Oh, nice.
Kobo sippy.
Okay.
Good girl.
Mm. Mm. Oh, I'm back here again. Food. Aw. Bullet. Nice. Make it happen. Which way to? I don't know if this one is to Refinery or that one is to Refinery. Hopefully this is to Depot. This is Depot. Nice. I hit the 50-50. My current arsenal is like too heavy now. High caliber SMG fitted with reflex sight suppressor, foregrip, and high power flashlight. Oh, it's 0.45. It does cost a lot, but it's 3.3 kilogram. I can throw some not so worth items out. This one is pretty worth though, 0.5 kilogram for 325. I'm currently at going to the dungeon is probably gonna get like super duper heavy, you know? Yeepaw! Watch this. Wee! Yo! And speedrun strat. We love it. I think this is also NFTA area.
Look at this amazing demonstration.
Look at this amazing demonstration. Of what? You going back and forth hiding like a little bit? Port rail, global leader. Oh, something happened here? No, I thought that's blood. So there's one dungeon here. Have I been here before? I don't remember if I've been to that dungeon, honestly. Ooh, bright. What? I'm so strong? The TV sounds like a fucking brick. Wiki. Sounds here. You can keep shooting all you want. Good job. Wow, that's a really good gun. It's a team of NFTAs. Feels like a hit squad, no? Long barrel, heavy compensated DMS scope and angle grip. 980. This one's 850. Oh, wait, this one is not that strong actually. But my gun costs more. They got some really good time. DR-14 long barrel, my beloved. Oh. 3-round burst. 21 bullet. Features DG scope and laser sight. How far can you aim? Oh. But my gun costs more though.
Time out for many men of medicine usually means
850.
to enjoy a cigarette.
This one is 980. One of my favorite guns I've used. Guess I'll give it a try. Oh, no laser sight. Maybe that's why it's a little bit cheaper. We are at 77. Who the book? Who the book? I guess I'm trying this way for now. Kobo logic, Cosmo is equal better. Yeah, exactly. That's how you determine the things, no? Door? Feels like a hit squad, these guys. Like, they're extremely tanky. Okay, what is this? This is E206. Have I been here before? Is this a pump room? I mean, there's two... just go in. I mean, I would know. I can explore dungeons. Yay, Brecky. Peter get belly rub too. We love belly rub. I love belly rub from Dragon. Should I use night vision? Fuck night vision. We play like this. I got balls. Uh-oh. That gun has no recoil. What the? This gun has no recoil? That's crazy. What the fucking fuck? Why does this sound like it's like behind or some shit? You hear that? No shit.
Did you hear that? I think I heard something. Wait a sec.
Wait a sec. So, dude.
What's going on?
What was that? Hold on. What was that? Oh my god, someone's like trying to break through the door. Oh my god. So is it here? I don't know actually. I don't remember. I have the key card. So I actually don't know if it's here then. Is it like if I have the key card then it's here? Damn chả mà cười妈damn chả那真是插西郎哦妈还搞什么鬼真是 is this not bright enough? We get a double flashlight. Wait, this place feels familiar though, no?
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better eat for me for the next 2 minutes.
I feel like I've been here. Kobo feels like he's been here. Wee. Water? means I can open up the door to this one as well. Should I do that? I feel like if I open up the door, I'm gonna die.
What are they doing here?
What's the plan? Let them out? I mean, I can only let them out. Let's hope they don't shoot immediately. If they have a shotgun, I am 200% dead.
Lead the way.
Let me eat some hot dog. Let me get some food here.
I wonder where I can find that.
Okay, how about this? Because it has... it's instant health. 4 times regen speed? We eat pills.
What's going on? Enemy spotted.
Bitch!
I'm wounded!
Oh, that went better than I thought. I'm wounded! He was wounded? Yeah, too bad though. Poison? Poison. I've been here. That's the Red Root Temple. I've been here, I've been here. Okay, it's not here. It's not here? I will fucking... I'm fucking squeak. A bit more than wounded now? Yeah, I mean, it's not moving anymore. I guess it's not wounded anymore, right? We cast cure wounds. And they die.
Cure wounds, and then they did. At least we got to shoot some lizards. Yeah, it's not here. But good to know. There's another one. Must be that one then. I'm hoping. The one at the side. Ooh, not much bullet left. Oh wait, you also use... Oh wait, you use 5.56. I just realized. Oh, I thought you used the 06.
Get down!
Did you hear that? Order received.
This one is 5600. Yeah. Yeah. And give me my Venator back. I just realized they use the same bullet. I'm too heavy. 69 though? Let's keep it this for a bit. Yeah, I did realize it's also 5.56. Kobo them. Lots of gunfire going on. Someone's already dead. Revolution died. NFTAs? Insurrection? I cannot identify who that was. Revolution? So that's revolution. Someone threw a flare. Is someone there? I must help my revolution friend. I'm praying with a sniper rifle or switch to AP when I'm against armor. I never really used any other bullet. I don't know, I feel like if I have a bullet, that's good enough. NFTA. This one just shoots 2 bullets with 1 trigger. It's like really good. Thanks for the dog tag. That's... Can't tell. Revolution. Okay. I'm sure they'll be fine. Looks like they're fine now. Oh, dogs. Dogs are no big deal. I think it's there. The dungeon. I mean, it could be this one. I haven't been here for a bit. I did spray paint it. Oh, wait, 308! I remember that number sequence. So yeah, it has to be that one. It's the what's that shit? The pump room thing. That has to be the pump room. Bullet, 112, 145. Wow, 0.45 cal is really hard to get, no? Am I sick? No fever. What? Oh, is this place stinky? It might be because this place is stinky. Yeah, no fever. I'm not losing health though. But it's 37 Celsius. Are lizards supposed to be at 37 Celsius? I'm drinking this just in case. I don't know why I'm coughing. Because this is not sticky gas. I drink homebrew medicine, it made you look behind your back? What do you mean? What? Why did that make you... Alright, I'm drunk. Oh my god. Whoa. Wow. Yo. Oof. That was some heavy shit. Oof. Gosh diggity dang. Where do I go? I'm so drunk. Oh yo yo yo. Oh yo yo yo. Lizard doesn't trust that medicine? Oh. Oh wait, it is homebrew. Maybe that's why. That makes a lot of sense actually. It's like a homebrew medicine without like proper licensing, proper medication license. That looks mighty scary. Caution. Ladder going down? Not the first time. That's stinky gas. Okay, I have to change to 85% poison. This is 90% poison. Thank you very much. It is night vision, so let's get down. Ah! Ah! What is this place? I guess I run there. %95 poison. Shit. Time to go. I don't know what this place is, but I'm stuck. Ow. 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 Ew. Ooh. Really, game? How many of these are we gonna give me, huh? I'm gonna cough again. I'm gonna keep coughing. Am I sick? I don't even know if I'm sick or is it just that artifact. You are dying? The game just straight up pulled, you are dying. Mild fever? Hey, the medicine is like working. No fever? Homebrew medicine saves lives. Hi, Nina. Wait. Thanks for the lurk. Hey, we are good, but we are extremely drunk. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. No fever, you're fine. 2 minutes later, you have 30 seconds to live. Fuck! I don't even know where I am anymore. Oh. Don't like this. I mean, there's no more poison now, I think. That's homunculus now. What is up, monsieur? I'm here. Did you know crouch walking is faster than walking in general? Yeah. That's a custom. No, I cannot take any. Don't cough. Sorry for you guys' eardrums, I guess. You die. I have so many bullets. One tap is 2 bullets. Vandalism. I have to throw away something. 1.6 for 650, 2.3 for 350. No. 5 kilogram, 2500, 4.3 kilogram. 1.5 kilogram for 450 is not that good. $1.2 for 250. No. I'm not coughing anymore. I have to throw one of these. 4.3 for 1500 is so not worth it actually. So we are at 63%. Good, good. More hot dog. You're gonna have the best nap ever and the worst headache of your life afterwards. See, I never drink alcohol in real life, so I don't know how it's gonna feel. In game, I just be like, oh yeah, wiki solves mental damage. Oh, let me get drunk real quick. It's like, yeah. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Alright, where's my inner demon? Ooh. I'm drunk. Wait, I'm so drunk. First thing Jim does is that also I got drunk for. I guess the thing hit me. Also, I got drunk for New Year's off of bourbon. Yeah, it's kinda like that. Oh. Rancid meat, bolt. Danger, keep out. Oh, too bad I can't read. It's a lot of noises. I cannot read, but still. I don't think flashbang is gonna be good against them. Let's have P-bomb. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm mega drunk. Oh, phew. What noises? I don't hear anything. Oh my god, stop. Don't. I'm scared. Oh, okay, so it's just a bunch of nothing. Armor 3 ace way. Stupid aim than me, even then sober. Hey, I never touched a gun before. I would say, yeah, that's better aim than I do. Sounds like it's for the right side. Some of the relics you pick up that makes you cough? Yeah. I already have, like, I sold 2 of them and I got this one again. Like, this game wants me to cough. It's like, huh. I know, game, I know. It's here. Oh my god. What the hecking heck? Grenade! 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 I'm so drunk. Oh, wait. I'm so drunk. Oh my god, that was a headshot. Let's go. I'm the best. You. How am I supposed to react to them like doing that? I'm not playing Counter-Strike. This shit is too fast for me. Shit, I don't think I'm drunk enough. Oh yeah. Did you use Michael Jackson? I can aim. I can aim. I actually can aim. Holy shit. Think Kobo is dehydrated enough considering this weapon's way? I know, right? So this place is filled with whatever the shit is called. Are you homunculus? I killed more than that. Like, come on. Oh. No. Really, 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 really. Oh! I'm the best. What can I say? Like, they stood purple. Okay, wait. So, Cultist is here again. I don't have enough explosions. I used all of them. What do you mean? Fucking Cultist is here again. I don't have explosions. I have one, but I couldn't use it. I don't think bullet can destroy that thing. What do? Fucking, I'll come back later. I'm bringing all my rocket launchers and my rockets. Ooh. Oh, you don't have a rocket launcher in there, really? Come on. You should have a rocket launcher in that game. How could you do this to me? You want me to go back to the entire way just to get a rocket launcher and destroy that best color thingy? Like, how this is the best color? Oh yeah, I threw this one. That's normal weapon sway. It's funny, like, I can sort of, like, still aim with this weapon sway because there's, like, a pattern to it. It's harder, but it's possible. It does, like, a U. Alright, go back to observatory. It's time we bring out the rocket launcher. 198, 145, no bullet. Gonna need more bullet. Never enough bullet. I need bullet. Ooh, is that? That sound like a 556. Heading to my nest. Have fun, everyone. Okay. Thank you, Bread Talk. Have good rest. Thank you, Dragon. You know, sometimes I hope, and sometimes I wish that my my table has enough mouse area for me to use, but it's like I have to turn like this when I'm trying to turn like beak motion. I think I have the sensitivity relatively high as well. Essentially, I'm only moving my wrist, not my entire arm. That's how small it is. But it's good enough, so I'm not gonna complain too much. Just kind of like saying what am I using here. Coil bullet. I should check what the coil gun needs. Bullet is way easier to get. I wonder if that's like a stronger version of the 9mm handgun. Because .45 is like way harder to get. dragon. They're stronger than night and mammal. Okay, that's good to know. Oh, thank you, Evie. Oh my god, you're playing Spiral? It's been a while, Cafe. Oh my god. Welcome, welcome. Hope Dragon is doing good. Oh my god. How was Spiral? How was Spiral? Also, welcome in everyone for the raid. Is that? Oh my god, bird. Welcome. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I hope Spyro was fun too. Heck yeah. I'm really drunk in game. Right? But don't worry about it, it's fine. Wait. Hope Cafe is doing good. Been a while. Doing good. Love me a dragon. Dragons are so nice. I'm so drunk. I couldn't aim. Oh my god, my weapon. You know what? I'm never drunk enough. Oh yeah. Where are you shooting me from? Oh, what? You're lucky I'm so drunk. You're lucky I'm so drunk. Rotan, you're behind the... You know, I feel like I'm pretty drunk actually. I feel so drunk, it's crazy. Not like this. Steam pills. Hiya, what? Watch my aim. Oh my god, that was all dick shot actually. Oh, you're flashbang? Pills. Don't drink alcohol and eat pills, okay? That shit is extremely dangerous. Just saying, right? For the record, don't do that, okay? I'm missing some chat. I'm a simple creature who enjoys seeing the robo animals. Checks channel, sees you played Zoid's Battle Legends before, immediate follow. Heck yeah. And Cafe amazing. Amazing art as well. I love Cafe's art. It's so special. Very spooky too. Actually got all the Zoids you can get in the tournament mode. Oh my god. See the robo animals. Imagine if you could die in this game from mixing alcohol and pills. Yeah, exactly. Right? It is a actual deadly combo. Alright, just for the record, right? For the record. Do not. Do not. It's I'm gonna eat red mushroom. Well, red mushroom is more straightforward, right? You red mushroom is like, you don't need any chemistry reaction. Just mushroom, right? But I'm only eating pills because apparently that dog That dog just deals potential damage. They don't really deal hard damage. Oh yeah, also cafe. If you need any post-stream care, you know, get that food, get that rest, get that drink. Very important. And thanks again for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Shiny. I think at some point I want to stop by Cistern to look at the sewer friend, husband or waifu, whichever one. Right. Oh hey, I don't need to do anything. I want to look at sewer friend and maybe exchange for some luft balloons as well. Because minus 5 kilogram is absolutely huge, so I need that. I'm gonna feed my snakes. Of course, of course. And go do that very important wiki. Oh yeah. Do that. Very important. Also snakes though. Oh my god, snakes are so adorable and very heckin' cool. Like pet snakes, they're like they look so dumb and I love them 100%. I think it's usually ball pythons that is like. You look, I'm so drunk. Oh, leg shot, easy. Why is everyone doing like non-hard damage? Oh. Don't look at it and I'll be fine. I still don't know what that thing could do. Like, is it deadly or is it just like mess up my aim? Nice bullet. Decay orb. Yeah. It's so shiny though. I wish I can look at it without dying. Would I die if I look at it? I never tried it. If you stand in it, you will get hurt. Okay, that's fair. So I can look at it. Wow. See, that's my aim sway. I'm looking in the middle and that's what my sway drunk is doing. Pythons? The pythons are silly and cute. I agree. Python. But the pythons are so adorable. Like when they look at you with that face looking at you, it's like, oh, head empty.
Hello.
Oh my god, you're loaded. Tisapi? I want Tisapi. Actually, I want this. I'll give you this. Too much. No.
Maybe next time.
Thank you.
Thought so.
Tisapi? Apples? Oh, you like this? But it's too much though.
What are you looking at?
Pythons? It's canon now, pythons. It's canon now. Dude. I cannot write the dirt. Oh, bye bye. I don't know why the dirt wasn't moving. We got a bunch of bullets from that NFTA squad. I think NFTA and Interaction is like constantly sending the hit squad towards me now. I mean, they hate the fuck out of me, so that's very understandable. They used to have good gun. Wait. Oh my god, dragon! Oh, I already have it, but I want this. Hi, dragon. Many raid today. Oh my god. More dragon. Farming simulator. Ooh. How was the farming simulator? Also, thanks again, Evie. Yeah, I'll do this. Mip, 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 yip. Heckin' yip. It was quite good, had much fun. Heck yeah.
Someone's in a hurry.
I'm glad, I'm glad. Also, welcome in raiders. If you don't know who I am, I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons, the bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. And Kobo. Hi, Jockey. Hi, dragon. That's good enough.
Someone's in a hurry.
Of course, if you need any post-stream care, you know, get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Very important, right? Post-stream care, very important. And of course, hope you have a nice weekend. Oh, speaking of nice
Another
weekend,
time.
though, I kinda
What are
had
you
a,
looking at?
I kinda had a tiny bummer morning, right? I mean, it's nothing much, but it's that I missed the Celeste VR chat meetup again this week, and it's because Mom suddenly decided to like sleep in my room. It's nothing bad, right? I'm okay with Mama sleeping in my room sometimes.
Someone's in a hurry.
Like it was very sudden, so that's why I couldn't
Hello
join.
there.
I couldn't join the VR chat meetup this morning because I
Maybe
have to
next
wake up at 6, and Mom would still be sleeping. So, and I don't want Mom to see, and I don't want Mom to see what I'm doing early in the morning. So, I didn't get to join. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get more explosive to explode the thing. In the thing, I want that. Is this too much? No. Oh my god, you want a lot. Maybe I don't want too much of your stuff then. Just give me the bullets. Tiny amount of money. Okay, you get 11 money. I must squish the Kobo. Oh my god. By dragon. Why am I so hungry? But a dragon. I like being squished. Oh, sorry for coughing right at you.
You got it.
Tisaki.
I need something else.
Hello there.
Oh.
Someone's in a hurry.
Where's the music? This game doesn't really have music, I would say. I also have music play on like really low because when everything is up here, like when everything is like 0.3 or something, I'll put 0.2 then. There are a few times where when everything plays at once, it gets super duper overwhelming and it gets very tiring. So that's why I turned down the music. The music is really neat though. Even though it doesn't happen as much, but eh. Eh. Hollow point. Microfrag. Something. Do I have 2 of that? No, 1. Okay. I think I have some copper wire. I'm gonna make as much coil bolt as possible. Let me get the bolt. Wait, I'm almost out of bolt? Ah, it takes 10 bolt. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense now. I'm crazy that I'm almost out of bolt. Should I cook 1000 leftovers? I'm just gonna use all my food here and throw it all into the stew and then make them into leftover. Also, do I have blue mushroom? If I have blue mushroom, I can use that. I don't have blue mushroom. I guess I don't. Any way to get blue mushroom somewhere? Yeah, I don't have blue mushrooms at all. Eh. I don't remember where can I get any blue mushrooms. I'm definitely gonna need more of these. Okay, outside there's still a lot of people that I can trade with. Let's go make some leftover. Oh, have I traded with them? Oh, I think I traded with them. I'm actually stupid. I should keep the canned beef and dog meat actually. Yeah. Oh my god, 1000 food, let's go. Kobo is never gonna get hungry ever again. I need more. I'm throwing in all the buck. 1. Well, it's gonna take a while to cook, so let's wait for it to cook. Oh, you sell a lot of clean bandage. 19 is good enough. They are not that heavy, so that's fine. Lots of things to trade. I wanna stop by Dr. Mosby again. Yeah, stop by Dr. Mosby and trade a little bit more. Then I will bring... Okay, let me bring the rocket launcher real quick then. Before I forget about it. Why am I coughing? No fever. What do you mean? I don't have the artifact anymore. I'm still coughing. You know what? Hmm. No fever? Okay. Keeping all of that for like trading purposes. Let's bring my rocket launcher. Should I use rocket launcher or should I just use a grenade launcher? Maybe I should just use a grenade launcher. The grenade launcher bullet is way easier to get. I don't really have a lot of rocket. Yeah. Let's bring her grenade and thermobaric. Massive high pressure fireball devastating against living targets and pressure vessels. No, I guess we just bring the her grenade and then bring this one. Take ammo. Bah. There, okay. I'm so mega drunk, I love it. I see you found the correct use for the frogs. Yeah, see, we love frogs. And crickets. Turbo pump. Do I have one turbo pump? I have. I mean, I could just get it out and bring it to Dr. Mosby and trade it out. Alright, is it done cooking? My infinite food? Nice. What if I eat all of this? I don't know if I die if I eat 1,000 food. Okay, let's eat 200, how about? Ooh. Oh, okay, so it's maxed out at 200. Okay. Yum. I'm so heavy. Leftover 93, 18 kilogram. Yeah, that's the good stuff. I will never starve again. So full of soup. It's the mega soup. So much soup in my belly. We take 10. I have to eat this sparingly now. No, okay. Maybe I should keep one. I'll keep one of everything. Scrap electronics. The rest I'll just sell them. One tissue. Short radio blueprints. Take one. NFTAs chart. Keeping that. Okay, now we draw tarot card. Whee! Harmony. That sounds good. So no fights. I feel like the why is it like the tarot card is not really doing its thing? I do have weird luck. So 113. Okay, let's go to Dr. Mosby real quick. Big soup, legendary frog. Is it like a huge frog? I like to see a huge frog. Frog fridge? Wait. Oh yeah. Legend has it somewhere in the zone. There's a fridge full of frogs. I need it. I want the frog. Yeepo! Whee! I'm not drunk anymore. Wow, they're just dogs. Chill. Oh wait, that's friend. I thought I thought that's a dog. Yeah, it could have gone better. You just shot me. I almost died. I thought I'm a hero to you. You shot me. I found the forge once, but I don't remember where. Needs to be a pilgrimage in every playthrough I do. That I know where it is, but I'm not gonna spoil the location there. Ah, good. I will find it. I need that forge. I remember my first artifact ever is in between that area. Maybe it's gonna happen again. We'll see. Radiation here. Oh, radiation and low gravity. Definitely gonna need more bulk. I kinda want to be like very mentally damaged in game again. I want to see the mannequin thing again. That one was like the coolest thing ever. Very bright.
Hi there.
Ooh, I want that. You want tissue? One more? It's a bit much. Maybe one spark plug? There.
I'm sorry, I can't help.
Someone's in a hurry.
Bullet. 198. .45. Fine, you can have some.
I'll see you around.
Hi there.
Incendiary. Buckshot. That sounds a little different.
Someone's in a hurry.
Is it the angels again? Tactical Chiron? Light high firing boop outfitted with reflex sight and suppressor. Oh, it's the tree burst one. Holy shit. It costs 5,500. Wait, they sell some really good stuff here. I want a suppressor gun. This one doesn't have suppressor. 5,500. I can just sell this and buy it. Oh, actually, give me a second. Hello, Dr. Mosby. Maybe I can help you find. Oh, that's more than double the money. Oh my god. We can have that? Oh. Oh! That's more than double the money. Take it. Wait, 80, 380, 120, 1200. Oh my god, I have no money now. Give me that gun. I wanna try. I wanna use guns that has more... that has suppressor. Oh no, you don't aim far. Oh, you don't aim far. Nope. Nope. I need to aim far. Guess I'm keeping that gun. Am I too heavy? A little bit. Let's get out. Wait, the sun is shining directly at my face. Oh my god. Oh, just thunderstorm? No big deal. Okay, actually, I'm gonna go close the curtains real quick. Like, the sun is shining directly in my face. I cannot look at the screen. It doesn't help that the screen is also very dark already.
I don't care what you're doing right now,
burst.
Kobo, but
Yeah,
you better
it
eat
is.
for me for the next 2 minutes.
Wait. Me. Welcome back, me. Wait. Rat? Rat? Oh, fucking shit, man. Bitch teleported right in front of me. Man, I wanted to go to the area. Wiki? And sometimes the Kobo makes me want to squeak. Take it. What? I took it. I think this place is relatively safe since it's mostly just revolutions around here. Inventory doesn't look too bad now. It's a big difference. I guess now we can go destroy that thing in the dungeon again. Do I have to kill that much homunculus again? I think so.
I wanna see this one is 1200. This one is 1600. I mean this one is 5600. But I can want to try out some different guns. These are not that good. Oh wait, I should probably make a coil gun. I have a coil gun recipe. Yeah, blueprints. We should do that this stream as well. I have spark plugs here. Yeah. Oh, jewelry's heavy. There. This also. I'm keeping the shinies in my crate now. That's good enough. Let's go. Oh. Almost got jump scared by a cricket. So we have to get to depot and then we have to get into the dungeon again. Wait, I could use a Molotov. I think Molotov is gonna be good against those homunculus thing. Okay. How much Molotov do I have? One is good enough. Let's go. Do you guys know that I love this game? No? And now you do. I don't know why though, this game has like a good amount of gunplay and exploration things. And best of all, I get to play as a lizard. A cute lizard. I like lizard. Lizard. Not much game that allows you to do this, huh? Usually games that only let you play as a boring human. And then, if not boring human, then it's just other different kinds of boring human. It's always has been my complaints that games, I don't know why they always just makes us play as humans. Whereas like, I'm already a human, right? Like, can I not be something else than just a basic ass human? You know what I mean? Like, I want to be something else, man. I want to be cool. I want to be a dragon. I want to be a lizard. I want to be a kobold. All of them. Like, wow. It cuts to me as a wolf in Vintage Story, a fox in Fallout 4, a wolf in Skyrim, etc. Skyrim, I love Argonians. Never played Vintage Story, never played Fallout 4. You can be a fox in Fallout 4? I assume it's modded? Question mark? I don't know what Fallout is, to be honest, so I'm just gonna assume. Mod? Yes? Ah, okay. It's funny how I used to able to stream Skyrim, right? I used to stream Skyrim, and then now I cannot because I have too many mods that is too spicy. So, so I cannot stream Skyrim anymore. I mean, I could, but I also don't want to risk like I don't want to risk showing something on stream that could get me banned, right? What's up with the only reason I play Bethesda games? That's fair. like I feel like Bethesda games or like I'm not gonna say Bethesda games because I only play Skyrim. I don't play the other Elder Scrolls series. Like I don't play Oblivion, I don't play Morrowind, I don't play Daggerfall, but I only play Skyrim and online. And Skyrim is like, without mods, it feels pretty bare bones. Like it's missing a lot of things. Like it's fun still, right? It's fun. But with how much mod potential the game has, it's actually kind of crazy. I'm not drunk this time with those shit. That's right, I'm not drunk. Wanna try my hand at Open MW one day? Cause I heard Morrowind is good, but it's dated as hell. Hard to run on a modern machine. Oh. Dang, damn in there. Ocean boat run. But it's not games where we release the skeletons and let the Kobo build it up. Yeah, I mean, sure, most of the mods are just like... I mean, when I was browsing the mod pages for Skyrim, it's like 60% or more is just lady with big booba, right? Simple as that. Ladies with big booba, that's There's been a running joke that Bethesda users hire the modders to fix the games, but real talk, the modders have too much skill and experience for Bethesda to afford. That's why they never hired them? Yeah, it requires too much money. You have fucking guns? Ooh, fire. I like fire. Huh. Fire works really fucking well against them. I was right. Good to know. Okay, there goes my flashlight. They want to pay entry-level contracted dollars to devs that have 20 plus years of experience. Yeah, that's always so fucked up with like employers. It's like, we want people with experience to work, but I'll only pay you minimum wage. Thanks, I guess. Thank you, fuck you, fuck you. Makes sense of the story though. I agree that always being forced to be a human is boring. Yeah. Right? You see what I mean, right? Done. I guess the cultist hates me even more now. Yeah. The opposite end of the spectrum, where you're entry level, expect you to have 20 years of experience. Yeah, it's like so fucked up. It's always greed with big corporations, like I swear to God. Oh, gun. Hate them so much. Actually, that's good value. Not the turbo pump again. Turbocharger is a different thing? Turbo pump. I'm gonna steal and slap it in my car. Car goes vrum 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 vrum. Oh, that must be the thing that I need. For the broker, I guess? I've driven a turbocharged car before, it's fun. Yo! But isn't it going to be like extremely loud? No? Like the engine noise like I don't think there's a way to make turbocharge not loud, I feel like. Door? There's still places I can go, but... Surprising, it's one of the quietest cars I've driven. Only a small 1.8L i4 engine. I don't know what that engine is. I have zero knowledge on cars, but hell yeah, a turbocharged car that is quiet. That's amazing. More people should do that. Eat schmurd? Oh. Is it schmurd like Kobo? Schmurd like me? I'm pretty schmurd. Oh no. So small quiet cars are underrated. Yeah. I like driving small cars. Makes me feel safe. In a way, right? Because smaller cars mean lesser volume to get hit. i4 is all the smallest engine modern cars have. Oh, most cars we hear around are like, it's so fucking obnoxious. Like I'm in this like residential area, right? And then every single night, I swear to God, there's always this one person that revs the engine around this area. It's so obnoxious. Like I'm already like every night I'm wishing bad things for them. Like it's crazy. Every night, man. I don't know. Like so fucked up. It's so fucked up. I hate them so much. It's like nighttime as well, right? During sleepy time. Yeah, during sleepy time they go rev the engine and disrupts everyone's like sleep or something. I don't know. It's so fucked up. I don't know what's the point of them doing that. I can never know. Half the people here drive jacked up diesel F-150s with huge pipes. People just like being noticed, and by notice I mean fucking assholes. Yeah, they're just being a fucking asshole. I genuinely hate those kind of people. Like, if you're like a car enthusiast and you have like a very modified car with loud engines, and then you drive around places that is like, you know, you use the car for other purposes, like you drive long roads, you like to like sort of like you drive fast in a long straight road or something like that, that's fine, right? But revving an engine for no reason in a residential area and not even moving fast, just on a free gear and revving the engine, that is some next level fucked up shit, I'm telling you. Spaghetti. Those are some jacked up armor. I thought you were good, but you turned your gun at me. Yeah, okay. I'm glad I shot them. Anyone else? Wow, the good stuff. Someone's gonna shoot me in the dark again, isn't it? It's also illegal. Hmm? Oh, yeah, the things they do is illegal, but you know, the police here they don't care in like rural area. Hi, Gus. Oh my god, Kobo! It's been a while. I live in rural America where trucks and SUVs are pretty much reign supreme. Yeah, the place where I live is like... Actually, the place I live is pretty quiet. It's just some people likes to rev the engine around this area, which is like fucked up. Also, hope Huss is doing good. Oh my god, couple friend. It's been a while. Wait. Wow. My current car is definitely a bit loud, but it's nowhere near annoying levels of loud. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, right? It's not like obviously that's going to be like disruptive to everyone in the area, right? And cars are loud, that's fine, right? But if it's like purposefully made extra loud, then revving the engine around residential area, that's the fucked up part. Oh yeah, the depot documents, I forgot about that. I'm okay. Good to know. It's always nice to see more couples. In the dark. Very, very nice. Did I? Watch them shoot at me again. I'm gonna upload my lights. Fuck it. Golden mushroom. Yeah. Like most people do around here and make their exhaust pipes ridiculously big. For no fucking reason. I hate it. Oh, did you die here? I guess you did. You have a lot of things on you. Oh my god. Oh, thanks for the loot. Right, how would I find the depot documents? They did say office building. Oh, could it be the office building is the war zone? I feel like that has to be the office building. Am I right or am I right? To compensate, that's why. I think they are just insecure. To me personally, like to those who revs the engine like that in the residential area, just screams insecurity. It's like, look at me, I'm so rich. I have the big car. And then the matter of fact is, no one likes them. Like, it is what it is, right? If someone decided to be an absolute nuisance in a rural area or in a quiet area, chances are people are gonna hate you, right? Then there's me revving my Volkswagen and it's actually pretty quiet. That's actually really quiet. That's amazing, right? That's amazing. A quiet car. I like a quiet car. My car is pretty quiet. I like it, right? And usually when I drive, I try to like not rev my engine too much, right? Also to save fuel. But I also don't want to drive too slow, so then I become a bad driver. No. It's like a good in between, something like that. Wait. There's gonna be people here. The only reason I revved it because I needed to give it a bit more oomph when it started up. It hasn't ran in a good long while. That's a good reason. And it's entirely valid. It's like truly a way to like get the engine started up first. Wait. Yard master key? Since when I get that? Oh, there's things inside. Not all of them is empty. Wait a minute. I got mega shiny? Alright, this must be the office area. For a war zone, this is pretty quiet. No one saw that. Kobo found the key? I don't know where I found the key, but I found the key. Yard master key, it says. Stocks. Profits. Yearly quota going down. It does do a little more wear and tear though, but yeah. Like I have this old car that is manual and it's quite old and it needs to like you have to start the car and then let it run for a bit before you can run like properly. But I don't rev the engine, I just like sort of left it there. Manual is really fun. I love manual car. I love driving manual car. Singular manual? Work do suck? No. I know it's not much, but I hope Mama Dragon has like a good luck with work and stuff. It's damn near impossible to find a manual car in America nowadays. Really? That's really sad. Manual car, to me personally, manual car is very fun. I really love driving manual car. Like, yeah, you risk like maybe like sometimes you mess up and then the car dies in the middle of the road. It happens, I guess, right? But after driving for a bit and once you get used to it, it's pretty fun. I like it. Back now for a bit, but yeah. Welcome back, Mama Dragon. This looks like office area. But I don't see anything that I can pick up. To get the manual now, you have to specially order it to be manual. I guess. In a way, auto is more safe, right? In a way, I would say. because you don't risk the car suddenly dying in the middle of the road and then causing some sort of traffic. Right? No one wants that, right? No one wants that. So I guess I can kind of see why as well that they do that. Ooh. Yep.
Getting through those vegetables. Just stick your eye, then an ear, and then the mouth. Back up, Gaylord.
Back up, Gaylord. If you get into company records office, you need to get Mr. Sheffield's assistance. After the recent layoffs, he's currently the only employee that has a key? Back up, Gaylord. UT308. Ground pump control. Yeah, it is. UT308. So I was there. I was right. FNC? No? Okay. What key are they talking about though? Do I have the key? It sounds like a door nearby. Milk. Oh. Unlocked with depot ID card? Whoa. I guess that's the key, question mark? I'm guessing that's the document that I need. Depot documents? Yeah. Boxcar? Coach? Right? If you need to get into any of these boxcars to update the manifest, I left a master key on top of my locker in the southeast train shed. You can give it back next time you see me. Wait, are these like... boxcar? Part? In shit? Makes good work equipment. I don't know what that means, but I guess I'll make a note of all of them. Kappa face? What happened? All these notes are important? Really? Okay. I'm glad I noted them. That sounded so extremely close. They pointed the gun at me first. too heavy.
What if man had turned out differently?
Red dot sight and tech light. So now I can unlock all of these. Ooh. Oh my god, it's all loot. So some of them has loot, some of them is empty? I guess we go to the Black Lake. I think there are a few quests I need to find the broker. Are they good? Are they bad? I don't know. Okay, they're bad, they're bad, they're bad. They pointed the gun at me. Just wanted to make sure.
Watch it, no matter how tempting.
My god, the scavengers are just using this gun now. I don't like that. Hey, thank goodness it's just that. Oh, I can open this. Oh, it's already open. I'm stupid. Yeah, the two shotgun feels really good. It's like essentially I'm shooting two bullets at once. It feels pretty nice. I like it. And Tefra, hi, and welcome. Oh, Celeste emote, heck yeah. Dead pet emote. Oh! What the heck? Brotan, I cannot aim. There should be one more. Wow, she's hiding there. My username used to be called... Oh! Oh my god, Kobo! Hi, Cole. Well, hi, Tefra. Sorry. I will respect the name change. Hope you're doing good, Tefra. Welcome, welcome. Oh wait. Oh my god, how are you here? Oh, you helped me,
What now?
but you stole all my loot.
Sorry, I can't help.
Oh, Tyrion is having a good day? I am. This game is great. Finding more and more cool stuff. And Tefra a pretty name? Yeah. I mean, I did mention... I did mention name that ends with an A. Just sounds very nice. It's also how I came up with my name, Tira. I like name that ends with an A. So yeah, freaky name.
No.
Oh, it's the anomaly.
Hey.
Hey,
Another time.
maybe don't go there.
What?
What? Oh no.
What are you looking at?
Oh,
Need help!
Need help. They can have a good time, I guess. Yeah. You want more? This one. Whoa, where did they go?
No way. I'm ready.
What the hell?
Over here. Hang on.
Too easy.
Oh, wow.
Too easy.
Too easy. But then they cannot get past the anomaly.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, wiki. We can have this.
Later. Keep walking.
Oh, hello.
I want this. I don't know why, but I want that.
Clear.
240. This one plus this one? Oh,
Come
plus
on.
this one. Okay.
Someone's in a hurry.
I'm so thick. Oh my god. Wait. Oh, drink. I will drink. Thank you, Tefra. Oh. Oh. More? I go EP now. Okay. Have a good EP. Have good EP, Kobo friend. And thank you for stopping by. Have the best EP.
Oh, hey.
You don't like this? I like this. Okay, I can give you 61 money.
What are you looking at?
What now?
Oh. You can have that.
Another time. What are you looking at? Maybe next time. Hello there.
I kinda want this. Even though it's already easy to get. Should I get that? Oh my god, they hate all the trading items. Except for this one. Okay, that's good enough.
Sorry, I can't help. Hey.
Oh, it's this one. Intermediate incendiary. 556 incendiary.
Another time.
I think I make some coil bullets. Well, one. I don't have enough bolts.
Someone's in a hurry.
I think I have two. Yeah, I have two. Okay. So if I use one, and then I can make this. So I lose some weight as well. Simi Northern Zone, 3 down radio relays that needs to be repaired for that to happen. Make it worth it, good wrench, some electronic scrap for this task. I mean, I'll accept it. No, these are all good. I didn't bring my coughing artifact. Wow, they don't have good stuff. I guess I can sell for money. Because I'm too heavy currently. Like, this one is also very heavy. 4 kilogram. Anyway. Okay, let's see, buried treasure, find vintage and depot documents. Oh, I had to find magpie for it. Oh, I forgot. It's not broker, it's magpie. I should try to make a... Let's try to make a coil gun. And then we're gonna go South Bend and upgrade the coil gun, I think. I want to see what coil gun can do. I've been making a lot of coil gun bullets and hopefully it's kind of worth it. I don't know if I'll be using that as much. I'm just kind of curious how the game, how the gun works. Lots of gunshots. noodle. Oh yeah, wasn't there like a quest? Oh wait, I think I didn't even talk to Dr. Mosby to initiate the quest. There's like a quest for me to go to the stone maze and locate the science team. Oh, no wonder I keep getting that gossip because I didn't talk to Dr. Mosby about it. Oh, someone died. Someone died. Someone nearby, maybe? Freelancers. Freelancers died. Oh my god. Freelancers? Yeah. So enemy nearby then. Oh, NFTAs? What the? They all die. Oh wait, I can just go to the place, right? Crossroads from Black Lake. It's a bit of a distance, but I think it's fine. Ooh. What? Wow. There's so much shinies in these like cars. Shit, I've been missing out. Cannot believe it, Kobo been missing out. Wait. $69, very nice. Ooh. Oh, these are too heavy though. We keep it. Man, I feel like I haven't properly looted this place. That's a lot of dirty bandage. Pain? Oh, it actually causes pain. Oh. What? Nice. What? 56 lockpicks. Oh, I did. First try. A few seconds I was a little bit too ballsy there. Just standing up, walking across the place. Nice. Oh. Nice. Come on. Come on. Yeah. I don't want too many things here. What is that? .556 inter rifle ammo kit open to oh my god, ammo. 3006 rifle ammo kit. I need that. Nice. Oh my god, I'm getting so much bullet. Wait, I'm getting too much bullet actually. Shit. Okay, let's throw something out. I'm too heavy. Oh. Get raided there. Oh my god, mistress! Hi Dragon, hi Bean. Hi Tesla Coin. Hi Sorrow. Oh my god, welcome. I'm too thick, I cannot move now. I'm too slow. And Kobo's still thick, oh my god. And hi Varix. Wait, so many friends. Hi Agaram. Oh my goodness. Welcome raiders. Oh, Cow the Lamb? Ooh, I haven't played that game for a long time. I only played the game when the game first came out and kinda didn't play that after. Happy to see you, little ball. It's always happy. I'm always happy to see Mistress as well. Welcome. Thanks for the raid. I'm getting I'm getting there. Also, welcome in raiders. If you don't know who I am, I'm Tira. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. So many dragons. Many dragons. I'm currently playing more Project Silverfish. I'm just sort of like... I'm kind of sort of doing the endgame stuff now, I guess. Oh, this one is a mission. This deck will give you wing cuddles. Wing cuddles. I like wing cuddles. I think I properly looted this place, but because of that, I'm also extra thick. I'm extra thick now. I guess I need to get more drunk. Should I get more drunk? No. No. I don't need to. Throw the meat away. Oh my god, the milk is so heavy. Oh yeah, of course, if Mistress needs any post-stream care, you know, get some rest, get some food, get some drink, and definitely go do them. Very important, right? I'm still sad that I didn't get to join the VR chat session this morning, but mom rarely does that, so it's very coincidence though. Wait. Camera is 0.6 kilo. Am I ducking? Okay, there we go. Just in case, alright. I don't want to get shot out of nowhere. I mean, like, these things are too heavy, but I don't want to throw them away. Okay, there's the workbench somewhere. If I can remember where this would be nice. Shit, someone's nearby. I forgot I have night vision scope. It's too dark. I'll just open up the lights, it's fine. If they shoot me, I'll just shoot back. I shoot back and... Where's the workbench? Oh, there it is. Nice. Okay, I don't have toolkit anymore, but that should save some space. Yeah, it does. Sounds like NFTAs. Man, I'm just trying to get to Crossroads. NFTA. I need to get more vandalism. And I'm just gonna vandalize that one insurrectionist lizard in Long Wolf Saloon. Even though I already like maximized the spray paint on its face, but never enough, what can I say? Oh. Purple shiny. Oh my god, 2 purple shiny. I'll go from depot. There's like too many purple shiny over there. The purple shiny is like not bad per se. Well, it's just kind of like teleports you away, and it's like it's annoying getting teleported away. Also, I feel like I'm already like endgame with all like the night visions and shit that I got. Very endgame like. Yeah, let's go from depot. Let's just run. It's fine. It's nighttime. I feel like I love this game a little bit too much. A little bit, right? Although I remember the first time I played this game, it's such a scary game. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still get scared from time to time, constantly. That's a cultist, I think. Oh yeah, that's a cultist. That thing was charged straight at me. Maybe I shouldn't. You know what? I shouldn't. Just avoid. I want to go back to Observatory, try to make a coil gun, but also I want to go to Cistern. I want to go to Cistern and find the sewer friend again, and maybe I can get some love balloons. Wait, no, I should go to M35. M35 shopkeep. I remember there's a way for me to get blue mushrooms in the artifact area that I can get some. Okay, let's how about this? Let's do things one by one. I'm gonna go to M35, buy some sniffers. Oh my god. Yeah, the throat decided to be something else just now. Buy some sniffer powder and then go to the other realm and get some blue mushrooms. And after getting that blue mushroom, then we go to Cistern, go find a sewer friend. Yeah. I don't think I found any blue shrooms, if at all. No. I don't think they spawn. Even if they spawn, I mean, if they spawn, it's gonna be extremely obvious, no? Like, I remember they're like super duper bright. Alright, this is the war zone. It scares me how the war zone is so quiet now. That's no footstep. Oh. It's that's a lot of things going on. If it's there, it should be freelancers, no? Must be. Oh. Yeah, it's freelancers. Hello. Can I trade with you real quick? Don't move. I'm too thick.
This way.
I guess I can't trade with you for now. There's also something else going on over there.
Guess what? It's time for me to call Tyler a good girl. So, yep, here it is. Good girl, good Kobo, cute Kobo, good little pet, good girl some more and a bonus good girl indeed. Wait, I lied. Here's another just because I can. Good girl. Pat, 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 pat.
Okay, I'm gonna run away.
Come on.
Are you stealing my mushroom? Oh, you have gas grenade. Okay, I'm fine. You can have them. I need a vandalism.
What are you looking at?
That's good enough. Okay, back at the observatory, clean up some stuff, and then we're gonna travel to M35. Travel to M35, buy some sniffer powder, go to the other realm. Hopefully get some blue mushroom over there. I don't think there's a way for me to get more speed anymore. Any good gun? No, you still say the same thing? Okay. I think I took all his stuff. Yeah, you don't really update your inventory, huh?
Hello.
Oh my god, that gun? That's too much. Fine.
Next time.
Hello.
Come, gorilla. Come?
I'll see you around. What are you looking at?
Ooh, bullet. You want a better weapon? Fine.
Another time. Hello there.
Ooh, you have the good stuff. You don't like the jewelry? I want them. Oh boy, oh boy. You like this? Oh, you also like this? I can give you this. You don't like the turbo pump? That's unfortunate. I guess I can give some bullet. I mean, I have a lot of bullet. Take the medicine. Okay,
Later.
thank you. Many shiny. mushroom. Oh my god, shiny. I need this. I'm taking that as well. Actually, I need bullet. This is too much. It kinda is, but I think it's fine. Take this one as well? Yeah.
I understand.
Hey,
Oh, green tesseract. Brings you somewhere safe. It's an artifact, right? Of course I'm gonna get it. It's a shiny that I would never use. 500.
another time.
A shiny in exchange of tissue and something? I think that's pretty worth. Okay, let's clean up. This one, boom, 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 boom. This one, boom, boom, hey. This one, boom, boom, boom. I don't think I need to bring grenade launcher anymore, so... Okay, these are blank. $125. I guess bullet is pretty heavy. Probably going to... should I... I'll put this one in. I need 130 so that I can run in the powder sniffer area. Put this one in. So we are not mentally banned. I'm not gonna take too much stuff for now. Oh, it's nice to see carry weight lesser than the upper limit. 10 hours sleep. Big sleep. Long sleep. Oh my god, I'm so fast. I'm so not used to this. Okay, you know what you need for this? It's fine. Alright, let's quickly travel to M35. M35, go to the shopkeep, buy the powder, sniff it, run around, probably get some blue mushroom. And then once we get the blue mushroom, we can look at the sewer friend again. Let's just run. Okay, Ushindo. I see you. Running at me like that? Okay. Warzone? Any insurrectionist? No? Oh, already gunshots. Sounds like he's from Black Lake. Burst fire, triple shot. I'm not seeing anyone. Heathen? Heathen? Who do you think you are, huh? Call me heathen? I'll take it. I'll throw it away. Meatball. Watch this. Hiya. Look at that mega speed boost. I didn't know they were cultists until they called me a heathen. It was like, yeah, that's a cultist thing. I mean, the cultists hate me already because I destroyed 2 of their catalyst thing. Yeah, despised by them. Minus 1300, minus 29,000, minus 19,000. Yeah. I think that's pretty normal at like late game, end game, I feel like. You know, people are gonna hate you to an extreme level, or people are gonna like you to the extreme level. There's no in between anymore. It's like, this is my stance and I'm gonna keep at it. Something like that. Gun. I'm kind of hoping that they sell the powder sniffer because I'm not too sure where else I can get them. Hello. Assassin's rifle. Skeletonized breech-loaded rifle with heavy-duty suppressor and sniper scope. So literally one shot, one kill. Cut down .338. Short barrel shotgun. Night Shark. Modernized version of the PK-47 with baked light furniture, night vision scope. Hey. Holy 33,000 again. I'm gonna get scammed. Oh no, they don't sell the powder sniffer. A thermobaric rocket. What is this? White Impala? Heads up display? Artifact helmet? A strange mask crafted for the bleached skull of an exotic animal. I mean, that looks really cool though. Yo! It's a helmet! Tooth and bone? While worn, a fatal wound will cause this helmet to shatter, but you will regain full health and rapid regeneration for a short time. Whoa, wait, so... prevents one death. Kinda want to buy it. Oh, you sell the NFTAs C chart? Thank goodness I have it already. Yeah, your shit is too expensive. I'm buying this because it looks cool. Oh yeah, you have the bull puppy. I already have it though. Yard master key? Wait, I have it already. I don't even know how I got the yard master key, but I have it. Hi Hannah. Evening. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god, you won 190 for 50. What? Trying to scam me or some shit. You can get 13 money. Let me drink. I should drink. Well, I'm not too sure how else I can get the blue mushrooms. Wasn't there some in lab 206? But I never see any in lab 206. Should I go back again? Maybe I just didn't go through it thoroughly. I'm relatively sure it's in lab 206. My current weight, good, okay. Why am I so hungry? Oh yeah, I slept for 10 hours, I forgot to eat. The moment I run, man. Hit squad? It's an insurrectionist hit squad. Was that a hit squad? There's only one of them though, but they were using incendiary ammo, that's for sure. Yeah, that's them. Oh. Whoa! I was like, what is that sound? Oh my flashbang. Can I eat? Can I chill? Huh? Why are there like 20,000 things happening at once, huh? Yeah, it's a hit squad, but there's only one of them. Dirty home from the human world. Terrible place. I know, right? Gosh. If only we can just be a dragon and Kobo forever without having to worry about things, you know? Would be nice. Can tell a place where guaranteed blue mushroom, but it's true water. Water? No. Personally, I think Lab 206 has some. I know I've been there already, but I'm gonna go there again. I'm so sure though. Lab 206 and also there's another place. It's like in a building somewhere. It's like a building where it has a lot of like lab equipment, and then there's like this blue mushroom somewhere. Shit, I don't remember where this. I forgot to eat. Is it at Metropole? It's at the Metropole slum. We good. Let's get the depot. Oh, that's revolution. I almost shot. No one saw that. Yeah, you better hide. That felt like it hurt. No wonder. That's a good gun. So for the love balloons, I think I need 3 blue mushrooms and also 1 golden. I think that's what it is. I feel like it shouldn't be too hard to get. Should be fine. True water is also very scary though. I'm afraid of water, to be honest. Like, I never go beach, I never go swimming. I'm just afraid. Okay, lab 206 is in the office, I think. Not UT, that's 308. Not that one. Alright, I'm rushing in because why not? If I'm being shot at, just fight back.
What
Revolution.
Ah!
Aha, okay. Mental still good? Turkey Protect, a very good swimmer. Heck yeah. Right, open up lights. We're going in. Oh, it's a homunculus. I think I need to access this and then I think it's, yeah, I guess 05 balls. What the heck? You have your gun pointed at me? Okay, you know what? I will unlock the door. I know it's cheap, but I'm doing it anyway. It's a massacre. I'm only using a pito. What do you want me to do? Did I not get this red root sample? Have I never done this quest before? Is it? Have I done this quest before? There's no quest for me to get the red root sample though. Am I missing something? I don't even know what this is. Or like, I don't even know what the password is. But I know there's this. 80085? I don't know why I trusted you. Ooh. What is that? Stun totem? Glowing inset gem. At the cost of some ether, it will stun all entities within a radius of you, making them forget they were in combat. Insomnia? You have no control over how long you sleep in bed. Ah, no lah. I don't want that lah. Kobo don't like that one no. I think, can I jump over this? I'm the best. So I guess I've never been here before then. Stop telling the bot the password is boobs. She gonna believe every time. But is it boobs though? Isn't it just like numbers? I knew it! And then there should be like a chest somewhere, right? So funny. I never finished a quest here, but I'm here. It will work eventually, I swear. Okay. 80085. Oops. Oh, it's like the numbers looks like boop. Oh, hi, yeah. I swear I'm so dumb sometimes. I can't. I mean, I don't know that password. But I know I need this. Have I done this before? I actually don't even know if I've done this before.
Hey, Susie Q, what have you found to do? Look at this amazing demonstration.
You'll find yourself having a look at this amazing demonstration.
Didn't I kill you? Headshot doesn't kill? That's right, your head. I'm the best shooter ever. Get out of here. Oh, that doesn't kill.
Funniest looking people in the...
Oh, you have to sell here? Is Kobo doing the quest to get a root sample? It's kind of annoying if you don't know what you're doing. I mean, I know about the root sample quest, but I don't have the quest. Oh, is it because I didn't talk to Dr. Mosby about it? I think it could be why. Okay, let's stop by further planes. Okay. Okay, I didn't think about that. How would I know? Oh, EMP. Okay, further planes is this way, I think. Hmm. The run. Wee! No one can see where I am. I am fast like Sonic. I think this means Kobo is doing that dungeon like 3 times. Sounds about right. It's fast though because I already have the key card. So I can just like skip everything and get that red root sample once I know the password and stuff. I mean, it's me being dumb as well, right? I thought I have the thing. But apparently I never even done the quest yet.
Oh, hey.
I need this. I'm taking that. That's incendiary? I'm taking that. I can give you this. Rancid meat. Some bullet maybe?
Someone's in a hurry.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, I want pocket watch. You like that? Oh, it's too much though.
Perhaps another time.
Where'd you get the data tape and what's on it? I got it in the Lab 206 dungeon just now. I was like, I copied it. Yeah, found in Lab E206. Let's talk to Mosby about it. Mosby! I have some questions for you. What was the equipment you needed? Reverse some of the damage caused by the drill. Run a crucial experiment. While I still work here at the ITER research lab, we ran experiments using the prototype micro drill. Only working prototype I access is missing a crucial component, laser drill head. I'll need a replacement. There may even still be another prototype drill somewhere in the zone if we're lucky. I'll see if I can track down a replacement drill head. Oh! Were you human? Once? Precious few surviving post-humans who still retains their faculties. Should have perished with the rest. However, someone saw fit to preserve my mind in this robotic body. Never learned who or why. I was only recently awoken by Dr. Quinn when they discovered me in this very laboratory. This has always been my lab, even before the threshold. The rest of my colleagues aren't themselves anymore. Okay. How about the other humans? So much has been lost to time. Their minds, bodies, they could not hold up to the damage we did to reality. Only a handful of us post-humans remain, those who could afford to keep their minds intact. Ironically, the same ether that caused the threshold is now the only thing holding us together. What causes anomalies in the zone? Operational drill northern zone? Spewed ether leeches into the ground and around it. Working theory is that spewed ether is slowly collapsing back into various forms of conventional matter and energy. In areas with particularly dense saturation, more violent anomaly fields are able to manifest. So this ether drill, why is everyone looking for it? Many seek to control it for the sake of power or bargaining, but I fear it may still pose a threat to your world. It's no secret now, continued ether mining could cause the second threshold event to occur. Until I can get my hands on the relevant data, there's no telling how soon something like this could happen. Is there any way I could help you get this data you need about ether drill? Small research team out the stone maze. There it is! That's the questline that I'm looking for. Only meant to be on a few weeks, but I've yet to hear any word back from them. I fear the worst, and I'm hesitant to send anyone else to somewhere so dangerous. But I need that data. I'll go see what I can find. There we go. I just need to talk to him. So we have prototype drill. For Dr. Mosby. Port wheel? Prototype drill? Just to talk it out, no need pew-pew? Most of the time you're gonna need pew-pew. Up north, right? So this is stone maze somewhere.
Hi there.
That's a cool helmet.
I'm sorry, I can't help.
Since it's stone maze, yeah. Alright, watch the tapes. NFTA Research Group. Object number 00 Red Root. Initial discovery was made during an expansion of local drainage infrastructure. Work was halted when the crew broke through into a natural cave formation. The workers ventured deeper before reporting the discovery to local authorities. Our research team was sent in to respond. A large natural cavity housed the structure. Blue mushroom! Blue mushroom! Blue mushroom! Where is this? The structure is composed of a shiny red, seemingly organic material. The consistency is solid, dense and waxy to the touch. Our team collected a small sample from the structure to send it back to Lab E206 for further analysis. The further details pending. 8613. Oh, that's the password, isn't it? It's not 80085? I don't have a camera. X613. Eight 613. Wow. Okay. Wow. X613. Wow. Counter sniper. Northern Passage. Let to. I have this tape. Take it. There you go. Root source. That's the place I'm looking for. Did I not talk to Dr. Mosby so much? Blue mushroom. Oh, and some red shit, I guess. That sounds about right. Well, we can do a counter snipe. They changed it. It's in the Skeleton Coast now. It's not right outside the flooded plains. Oh. We can do this. And then we can do root sauce. Track out the sample and bring it back to our lab. There's literally one. I just didn't bring it back because I forgot the password. I don't know the password at all. Dead end. Insurrection has recently settled new outposts in the Black River north of M35. So... Oh, this one is Mama Roach. Wait, what? How am I getting your quest from Mama Roach? From Mama Roach. Yeah, I do know the password now. I only ever seen a counter sniper quest on Skeleton Coast. I'm a latecomer. Oh, it's all good. Let's do root sauce. Why not? Can I take this one as well? No? Okay. I'm a mid-comer, I guess. Night Shark. Night Vision Scope. Oh, you only said for 7,000. And a nade launcher and a bunch of gas nade. I love gas. Gas nade, good. And sniper literally used to be right outside the lab pretty much. Yeah. I was like, oh, counter sniper? That's so easy to do. What is so heavy? Oh, yeah, okay, these are heavy. Okay. Fair. Actually, must be... No, I think I will fine. Yeah, I know you sell this for a lot. And this? Kind of some money. I don't have a grenade launcher. I don't know where the sniper is anymore, so it's kind of scary. We have 3 blue mushroom. I don't remember if it's like 3 blue mushroom, 1 golden, or 3 golden, 1 blue for love balloon. It's a solid reliable way to get that SR78 though. It's true. I mean, I have 78 of those guns already. It's a lie, but it's an exaggeration. You know what I mean. I'm getting that sniper from somewhere else already. But yeah, it's fine. Let's go find that sniper. Skeleton Coast. 3 blue, I believe. Ah, god damn it. Fine. I think Skeleton Coast is right there, so... I don't think I've been to Skeleton Coast at all. Here we go. It's nighttime too, so... Oh, I didn't bring the night vision helmet. It's fine. I mean, it's just Skeleton Coast. It's not gonna be too bad. I have night vision. I have night vision gun. I'm already like so cracked with my equipment and shit. Okay, where's that sniper? Rocket. That's a very different sounding. Oh! What the fuck? Bitch, I have night vision. Someone shot at me. Oh. Nope. Alright, we good. Give me your thing. Give me a dog tag. Still don't know what the dog tag is for, but I'm getting as much as possible. Give me a bullet and boom. Boom. Check on the left of the entryway for new thing too. Left of the entryway. What's entryway? Is this entryway? Okay, there's a sniper going on. Are you here? Bitch. I swear if I find you. Shoot again. Fuck me. That's absolutely cheating. That's what I'm talking about, man. Like, I cannot see anything. They can shoot me from wherever they are. Like, what the fuck, man? GG, good game. What can I do? I cannot see anything. They can shoot me. GG. So, left of the zone, right? Nice counter sniper. I'll come back on morning and then you're gonna die. Oh, that's left, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. GG, I'm leaving. Yeah, good game. Developer, look at this! It's nighttime. They can pinpoint me. They can pinpoint where I am forever. And Brotan, it's nighttime. What do you mean? Alright, do they know where I am now? What is that? At least I kind of know the general direction of where the sniper is now, I guess. Okay, gang. I see how it is, developer. You don't want to fix that? I understand. Let the counter sniper do its thing, you know? You don't have to lightning strike down me. You don't have to strike me down with lightning, game. Huh? I know I complain about your game a lot, but you don't have to do that to me. I'm just a little Kobo. What do you want? You fucking lightning strike me? Ooh, what is this? Need a wrench? Oh, I throw away the wrench. What? I have no wrench. Hmm? Shiny? Shiny. Shiny. I need a wrench to repair. I don't have a wrench. If only I can find a wrench somewhere, it would be nice. We can try to sneak over there without shooting 10,000 bullets in that general direction, okay? $180, 127. It should be around here somewhere, I think. That counter sniper. It's dead. I don't fucking care what it is. It's gonna die. New as fuck, I have no clue what it does, but it's involved as fuck. Okay, okay. We can figure out together. I just need the wrench. Can I fix you too? I don't think it's a good idea to open up my lights here. Oh, not usable. Peach. I love how I complain about the game and then the game just like, yeah, no, shut up, you stupid bulb. Gets smite by lightning. Alright, it should be able to see me around here, I think. But that distance and this distance, I might be able to find. Just not that distance, there's no way. I remember it shooting from like somewhere left side, I think. Oh, it's just like morning time. Okay, I thought it's some sort of a red fog going on. I thought Skeleton Coast is getting more fucked up. What is that? What is that ship? Oh my god, it's an angry ship. That's cute. That's new. I don't think I've seen that before. Okay, I'm already here, so if you can, I think you should be able to shoot me from here and I can see where you are. You little fuck. It must be here somewhere. Like this place has good vantage point, no? Like especially something like that, good vantage point, no? This area got a pretty big rework. That's pretty nice. Other than that counter sniper and that's bullshit. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark. It's getting dark. Actually, chat, I'm gonna take a small break real quick. I'm gonna this one, and then I'm gonna open up some music, so that it's not just like dead silence. Ooh, sparkling pink soda. This one. Hell yeah. Alright, I'll be right back. In the meantime, don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll get that fire as well. I'll be right back.
Kobo, I can break the silence by calling you a
I
good
cannot
girl
listen.
many,
I don't
many,
have my
many
headphones
times.
on.
Good girl,
But I can
good
read.
girl,
I'll be
good
right back.
girl.
Take care of yourselves. Alright? Just a moment, alright? Wait. I'm very far, but I'm back. I wanna get that thigh and then we can get back to the game. Let me do this real quick. Yeah. Okay. Hey, okay. Wait. Wait. Oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna bear with a very out of breath bold. Right, let me disable this. Boom. Okay. Ooh, now to find the Shinoyaiba. I mean, I don't even know if the sniper... Oh, I know the sniper shot me from the left, I think. When the sniper was absolutely aimbotting and wall hacking. Ooh, okay. I'm still out of breath. Ooh, food. Is that? Ooh, bayonet. Old-fashioned military bayonet. Choose some lighter armor. Ooh, okay. I'm keeping that knife. Oh, sword. Nice. I got knife. Take my... Okay, those are not too heavy. It's fine. Oh, more vandalism. This is NFTA area, right? Kobo with a spray paint. Actually, I could bring my spray pen and then just like... and just do this instead of that one... instead of that one single insurrectionist. That was nice. I feel like the sniper has to be somewhere around here.
Kobo. Guess what? Barb, you're a good girl. Yeah.
Oh. Is that the sniper noises? Did you just shoot from that? Insurrection. Are you the sniper? No way. Asshole, that is the sniper. Nice, nice. I got lucky. I don't know what they're shooting, but hey, we take those. Ooh, peek. Peek with no sound is the scariest thing ever. We should go pick up what they drop. It's that one, I think. Oh, it's an alarm. Let's go. Loud, loud. I'm sure it's fine. Was right when you weren't going right for it, but it worked out. Yeah, I mean, at first I got shot from the left, I'm pretty sure. Like, when I'm looking this way, and then left. I'm pretty sure I got shot around that way, right? When I was very far away. So that's why I keep going here. And then this place feels like a very sniper-y place, no? But apparently it's on a ship, so... I got lucky because they keep shooting at something. So... we take those, right? We take those. I got super duper lucky there. Hmm? Rocket. Oh, dungeon? Okay, don't go in yet. Because I haven't gotten the loot from the sniper. Old fatigue. Plus 10 carry weight, plus 10 camouflage, plus 10 noise reduction, no resistances. Old lightweight military fatigue modified to fit an inheritor's body. It suck! 1 kilogram for 180 money. This one is 2.3 kilogram for 350. That's way too heavy. Oh, many peak here, wow. Many loot. We love pork ribs. Oh, did you know? I think this is a bit of a culture thing, right? But in Malaysia, since Malaysia is like a mostly Muslim country, so haram is like a huge thing here. And because of that, there's a lot of places that doesn't sell pork stuff, right? So McDonald's doesn't have pork burger, or like most places doesn't sell pork stuff, right? Only Chinese shops that is allowed to sell pork stuff. So pork stuff is kind of rare here. Oops, all coupled? Yeah, all coupled. Many coupled. Never enough couple. Hi couple. Welcome. Also, sorry I didn't join the set. I didn't join Celeste via chat group today. Mom kind of decided to crash in my to like sleep in my room last night, so so I couldn't join the VR chat group this morning. It's a rare situation though, so it's a big coincidence. It's what it is. So when they're running straight at me, they have more defense, I guess? I mean, I could one-shot them when they're charging straight at me. Oh my god, so many pork ribs here, holy shit. This one, right? Step. Step. I could save some bullet actually. Yep, yep. Heckin' yep. Wrench! Oh my god, I'm so lucky I found wrench. Many coals, bolts even. Never enough bolt. Oh yeah, Mama Dragon is also called Oops All Kobold. Bullet. Haha. Wait, it's SR78 without the sentry. Is that like a better sniper? Magnum. The early game version? Oh, so Sentry is in a way better than the non-Sentry version? I mean, it's very like subjective because this game is like gun-wise, it's like personal preference, so it's kind of hard to say. But if I remember correctly, Sentry costs 800 money, and from Kobo perspective, 800 is less than 1,000. So the SR78 is the good one. It does say so, this Kobo right here. Okay, we did the counter sniper. Sniper? Okay. Kobolds deserve snuggles. Call italic. Call italic. Very snuggles. And snuggles are nice. I want to try out this sniper. It would be nice to snipe some NFTAs. Oh. It's Hope. It's Hope's emote. How drink is your character though? Not drink at all. It's not real sniping unless you're wasted. You're wasted. I assume wasted means drunk as fuck. Is it? I mean, isn't wasted like 浪费, like you wasting something by throwing something away? That's like good. Yes? Okay. I mean, you're right. Oh yeah, it's time for some drunk. I'll drink 3 because I have a shit ton of wiki at home. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You think I'm drunk? I am. But you're even more drunk. They shoot so good though. Hit squad maybe? Nice. Shooting the one that's not unaware. What's your aim? You don't have a reticle. I was sleeping. Where are you shooting me from? Oh. Get fucked. I'm the best sniper in the world. Was some too good? Yeah, I should have died like 10,000 years ago. In game anyway. There's one hiding behind that big rock, I think. Bing. Okay, okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Get absolutely farbenlicked. Anyone else? I'm drunk. You're the one that ambushed me. You deserve this. Okay, I'm happy. I'm drunk. It's warranted. Bullet. Best snipers, like with fire, let hit, they burn. Yeah. And they die. See, the thing is, they die. I'm not. So, I'm pretty sure there's like a squad, like a big NFTA squads. Pig! Pig! I'm drunk. One drunk Kobo versus 8 well-trained assassins. They never stood a chance. Thank you, someone. Loot. 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 Where did they come from? Are they pissed because I spray on their fucking tank? That tank looks useless anyway. Like, it's already dead. That tank is like dead. Actually, is there anything else I need to do in the skeleton coast? This is... oh, Magpie. This is Mama Roach. This is Dr. Mosby. Okay. Oh, Jameson. Hey. Second. Fun fact, boars were hunted with spears, not arrows, because they were apparently so fucking violent that they wind up trashing the way up a spear to gore the wielder if you don't have the crossbrace to stop them. Oh, so you... you put a spear in front of them and then they'll charge and die? I guess that's one way. That's actually kind of big brain. I would never have thought of that. My one brain cell. My one brain cell is always like, I will win if I kill them first. But to take it out with them without a brace. Oh. True story, boars have like supernatural pain tolerance. I kind of believe that actually. I mean, that's why they're so fucking crazy. If you hit them with an arrow, they'll just keep charging. Figure as much. It's boars. But they cannot handle one sniper shot. Cannot believe it. To the head? Cannot believe it. Boars aren't real. Boars aren't real. They cannot. They cannot take one sniper shot to the head. Like what are they thinking? Bullet. What? secret? Dead end? Am I getting debated? Oh, I got debated actually. Wow. This game sucks. I hate this game. Potential future dungeon location? Maybe. But for now, I got debated. I got debated. I got debated. 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 Ooh, is this more NFTA area? Oh yeah, it is. I know I'm like peek, 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 peek. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. Peek. Oh, I had fun. Okay. Please don't be like a cat and spray on objects. Oh, I will. Jelly sprays on Insurrection and FTA? Yeah, which fair, they deserve it. They totally do. They suck. I mean, look at them. Look at them. I hate them. They bad. They really bad. Dog! Dog! Oh my god, dog! I'm the best sniper in the East. They call me the one-shot bolt. Very extremely convincing, I'm sure. You can almost hear the howdy partner. 你 howdy partner. 我是马来西亚最强射击手。Dog. Oh my god, dog. Oh yeah. Dog. 你 howdy partner, exactly. How many bullets left? Still a lot. Let's use them. So we have some blue mushrooms. They don't sell the thing. We did the counter sniper. We could do the root source again. We know it's 8 something. I recorded it. Let's do E621. Let's do an E621 thing again. Oh my god, bullet! Taking this. Wawa. Yeah, and the Wawa. E621 Wawa. Exactly, don't worry about it. It's E621. Password is Wawa. We're going to E621 chat. Hell yeah. Before that, I'm gonna trade something first. Wow. I feel mega hungry. What the heck?
I'm in.
Bullet. You can have some rancid, some guns, I guess. Let's get enough.
Whatever.
It's not for the faint-hearted. Cheap. I know that site. What site? Oh my god, hi Chip. I want that. Hope Chip is doing good. I'll do the get that eye after. Loot hand holding side. Gosh, I couldn't believe it. Me? The sweet innocent boat that never does anything loot at all in my entire life. That is a Kobo. Going to E621. That is a loot hand holding side. Gosh. I cannot believe it. I'm doing fine, just got out of bed, so it's gonna be lucky for me today. It's okay. Have a good luck, Chip. I would do the get that thigh after. Oh, maybe after stream. I'm feeling a little bit too hungry. I won't forget, that's for sure.
Strange.
Must be. I got 1200 for that. I'm the luckiest build ever. But nothing else to trade, so probably just gonna sell this for money. Sell this for money. I'm too heavy. Yeah, but I do remember, otherwise I can stop looking and fly to Malaysia. Oh, that makes me wanna stop doing it. No, I'm joking. I'm gonna do it. I will definitely do it. It is me that want to get that thigh, so... Alright, let's put back the gun. And then let's go to lab 2, lab E206. Oh, Chip, saltwater crocodile? I've been told that I'm baby croc coded because I like to stay in mall. And I like to stay in mall. Oh no, it's this thing again. Like, what are you, man? Or lady? I don't know. Are you a lady though? I mean, you sound like a lady. That's pretty ladylike, I would say. They don't attack me. They make the scariest noise though. Like, tell me that's not fucked up. Alright, let's go put back some of my stuff. Mall. Yeah, mall's great. Dragon Mall? Oof. Gun. Oh my god. Whoa, there's a lot of things going on. Lucky Luck still here? Have a good luck, Peter. Thank you. Dragon Luck. What's going on outside? Gunshots. Nothing much. Me leg. Eat pain. I have 10 pork ribs. Holy shit. Dog meat. Rancid meat. This one. Store. This one. Okay, at least I'm not too heavy now. Must have been the wind? Exactly. This should be good. Tiro yip at someone with a dirt maul? Oh, I totally would. Maybe even more than yipping at me. Wink wonk. Wink wonk. That looks good. Oh, I forgot about the wrench. I'm keeping the wrench though. I don't want this. I'm putting that one in. I'm not exactly wearing that, so I don't think I need to put that in. It's kind of heavy. Okay, let's quickly to let E621, E206. It's in depot. I can just run there. It's totally fine. I always love when I stop by Lavol's channel. You know, what is Lavol? The dragon? Lavol. When I stop by Lavol's channel, I always get to stay in his mall. I always get to stay in his big dragon mall. That makes me very happy. Yeah, I guess I'm getting weirder. Oh no! Terror yap for 10 hours straight. If enough dragons would watch her. I mean, if enough dragons would watch me, I would yap for 10 hours straight. Even if without enough dragons to watch me, I would still yap for 10 hours straight, I think. It's something that I enjoy doing, so I yap a lot. I know I yap about my personal situations and personal life a lot as well, sometimes. Most of the time, actually. And I'm just glad that you guys would like listen to me, if at all, you know. Whose channel? Mine. Kobo just like to cuddle up with turkey tongue. It's okay. I like that a lot. There we go. E6 to E206, not 621. Like, come on. Alright, speed run. Tongues are cozy, very, very cozy. Like, it's crazy. Way. Oh my god, way. Way. Are you shooting at me? I don't think you're shooting at me. And tongues are cozy. Mini licks? Oh my god. Oh no. How did you die? What did you die to? What? I'll hold you my tongue. Oh my god. Oh my god, please you. I think there's someone here. I want to loot them real quick. I'm shooting sideways, by the way. Oh, that doesn't hurt my mental. Let's go. Wow. What is this gun? 1800? That's so good. Oh, it's a .45 SMG? Oh my god, I'm glad I came back here. Holy shit. Mini lick. Oh my god. I'm dancing with Johnny's lick. Oh my god. Can I say that Johnny's heckin' adorable? It's not weird, right? Johnny is the reason. Johnny and Mars is the reason that I love squeaky shiny creatures. That's so adorable though. I might even make Tira has a poo toy form. I don't know.
Usually means just long enough to enjoy a cigarette.
You want open door?
With its short, close fuzz and tender skin. You change
Oh wait. I forgot to turn off the gas. Gas. 05 volts? Ah, I still remember. I'm the best. Thanks for the bullet. 3. Okay, so I think it's just this thing here, right? Shit, what is it again? Wawa? Wawa? I only remember Wawa. I'm being distracted. 8613. 8613. Mine. What do you do? A sample for the red root anomaly found deep underground. Holding it makes the moisture on your scales sizzle. Hydrophobic? Take damage from contact with water? What the heck? So, water bed? Wawa. Wawa. It is exactly Wawa. We got the sample. Let's go finish the quest. NFTAs? Really? Really? They just want me dead. What the fuck? They put 3 black holes in front of me. That's so fucked up, man. Thanks, game, I guess. That's another one? Yeah. I'm not gonna fuck with that. Dope. Oh my god, dope. I got a trick shot. Am I being shot at from behind? Dope. Wow, there's a lot of things going on now. Why are you doing this? Don't. Don't walk there? Okay. Oh. Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, my ears are bleeding. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to flooded plains. That anomaly was so fucked up. They put that right in front of me. It's so sad. Wraith! Oh my god, it Wraith. Yo, free loot? Oh. Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, we good. Hmm? I'm missing some chat. I'm being licked. Oh, thanks for the lurk. NFTAs? Oh, I know where they are now. They're in the warehouse. I got lucky with the Wraith kill here. 2 Wraith kills? Oh my god. 3 dog tag. The fire probably killed them too. Shall I go check? Ah. I'm stuck. I just joined Discord. Oh, welcome, Kobo. I will do the roll thing after. I do things manually there, so sorry about that. No, I waited so long. It's all good. Don't worry. People can join if they want to join, and if people don't want to join, it's totally fine as well. It is entirely up to people if they want to join or not. Not safe for accessories. Oh, I can give you the roll if you want. I think that's indirectly also doing the thing that I mentioned in the rules. Okay. Oh, shiny. I feel like I'm focusing too much playing this game, and now I'm feeling like extremely hungry.
Hello there. Another time.
Hello there.
Hi there.
Hi there.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Must be. I have the thing. Give me. You only give me 2,800. That's an artifact we're talking about. You should have given me like 10,000 at least. Cannot believe it. Stingy. Umbre, oh my god, Dragon! It's been a while. Hi, Dragon. And Cobalt Yip, then Cobalt Nip. Yeah, I'll nip them for sure.
What now? I'm sorry. I can't help.
It gave me 2,800 out of that artifact. Cannot believe it. Hope Umbre is doing good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. Maybe a little bit too hungry now, but it's all good. Reflex sight suppressor, full grip, and high power flashlight. Is this almost the same? I mean, it's 0.45. This is also 0.45. Semi-auto magnum pistol, suppressor, red dot sight, extended mag, and high power flashlight. So this one is 16. This one is 24 max size. Reflex sight suppressor, full grip, and high power flashlight. It's also suppressed. The usual, just witnessed someone buying the entire stock of sugar from the shop like all... Huh? The entire stock of sugar? What the fuck? That's allowed? Dang. Well, I mean... They do them, I guess, but the entire stock of sugar is insane. Right, Doogie needs sleepy, he's falling asleep. It's okay. EP is good. Hope you have good EP, Mama Dragon. I'm gonna end the stream soon as well. I already did the lab thing, so... More gas so that I can always raid the refinery. The duck is asleep. Eat the coins? No, I don't want to eat Mama Dragon's coins. 200 plus packages? Oh my god, that's... I mean, I don't know what they're doing, but... if they're consuming it, like... all at once, isn't that diabetes? Money. They sure like sugar. Sounds about right. Hey, they do them. It's totally fine. So long as they're being responsible with sugar consumption, then it's all good. I'm gonna try out other guns. Okay, let's change my arsenal while I still remember what to do. I only need chocolate coins. Hey, chocolate coins is great. I love chocolate coins. Okay, let's go to the storage real quick, and then I'm gonna change the arsenal. I'm gonna change... I mean, I'm pretty sure this SMG doesn't... Oh, hi. Doesn't aim far.
Hello there.
Ooh, I want this, I want this.
Ugh, it stinks.
What do you mean it stinks? I'll shoot you.
Let's move.
Sorry, I can't help.
What are you looking at?
Hot dog?
Maybe next time.
So this gun right here. Yeah. Oh my god, what a flashlight. What the heck? It's... this flashlight is bigger, it's bigger than my helmet flashlight. Oh my god. That's a huge flashlight. So I'm changing the handgun back to 9mm bullet. I don't want two guns that shares the same bullet. I feel like they're gonna get used up too quickly. there was no sound at all. What the heck? 12-point APC. Am I... okay, yeah. That's the schizo noise. No, no... Nothing in-game makes that noise. Only that noise only appears when I'm schizo. There we go. Oh. Guess we changed this one. We use this one instead. Put this one back. Using this one instead. That scared me, caught me off guard. Sorry about that. And some of the noises in the fish can be a little bit loud. I should... maybe I should turn it down. Sorry about that. Okay, that's the arsenal that I'm gonna go for. Oh. Take some bullet. Take more bullet. It's hard to get .45 cal actually. Oh my god, it's so bright. Okay, let's save here. 10 hours sleep. Imagine catching a cat in a fishing pond. Is there a cat? I don't think I put a cat in the fishing pond. Morning, Brian. I'm ending stream now. Well, not ending stream, but I'm gonna end the stream soon. Yeah. I'm super hungry. But funny enough, there's a game called Fishing in a Pond Full of Cats. Fishing in the Lake Full of Cats. I played a little bit of this one. A very, very cool little game, honestly, this one. Worth it. Nice game. Oh my god, it's Brecky! Brecky egg, let's go. Alright, I need to open up music and also find a right target. Save. Where is it? This one. Don't know why I couldn't find it for a bit. Oh, not a lot of people are streaming now.
Good girl.
Oh.
Thanks for strem. Pat, pat, pat.
And Kobo. And Kobo. I love being a Kobo. Oh my god, wait, I'm Iosansu. I'm the 5th on the dragon tag? No way. Wait, Chad, this is kind of cool. I'm here. Like, this is at the top of the page. I'm number 5. What? Really? My stream is here. That's really heckin' cool though. The dragon tag. Whoa. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everyone. Kobo recommended. Let's go. That's so cool, though. Holy shit. I'm up there. I mean, never in my entire life would I expect myself to be like up there. We should raid you. Oh my god, I'm gonna raid myself. Can I rate myself actually? I mean, I can always cancel the rate, right? A channel cannot rate itself. Okay. Whatever you say. Which? A channel cannot rate itself. Okay. I mean, this is what I see. Let me... A channel cannot rate itself. Chat, I tried, okay? I mean, I even tried banning myself, and then Twitch just be like, "No, you cannot ban yourself. What are you trying to do?" We could rate Bokkernut. Bokkernut is not dragon per se, but Bokkernut is pretty cool. He's a very cool artist who is also from, surprisingly enough, who is also from Malaysia. Another fellow Malaysian streamer. Oh my god. So yeah, let's rate Bokkernut. Bokkernut. Bokkernut is a char though. You know, the char from Guild Wars 2. Yeah, that species. Here. Look at it. Very cool. Very cool. Engineered char too, I think. Before anything, let me do the plug real quick. I have coffee. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Coffee helps, right? Pays the bills and stuff. And I'll let Bernie talk about it as well. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow. Thank you, Bernie. Oh yeah, thank you, Brian. I also have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And there's a Dragon Simping Corner. And an advanced Dragon Simping Corner if you read the rules, wink wonk. Wink wonk. Right. I think that's pretty much it with the plugs and stuff. We're gonna raid Boggernut. Wink wonk. Oh yeah, before I forget, let me do the things real quick then. It was Kobo. There, okay. Let me do this real quick then. Before I forget, of course. So bench members and members. Boom. And then also this one and this one. And yeah. Alright, Kobo is in the server and also Kobo has the advanced dragon simping. Dragon simping? Yeah, there's dragon simping corner. I gave you the role. You should be able to access all the channels now, Kobo. We like all dragon parts? Exactly. We love them. Amazing stuff. And from the hardest horn to the softest belly. Ooh, belly. And the maw. Alright, have the rate message. And Char should be strong enough to give Cobalt uppies, right? There's the rate message. And then I'm gonna type the rate to Boggernut. HT. I like kneading. Kneading is so cute. Oh my god. Snuggling Dirk Bellies. Baker. Uh-oh. Wait, no. Not the Resident Evil 7 Baker, right? That Baker is scary. That Baker is scary. Okay, I typed in the raid. I'm ready to raid. Baker of baking. The profession. Yeah. Baker. I'm gonna go raid and I'm gonna get myself some food because I feel mega hungry for some reason. I feel like I was focusing a little bit too much on the game, like too much focus. That makes Kobo very hungry, but I had a lot of fun playing Project Silverfish. I think there's still a lot of things to do in Project Silverfish. Tomorrow we're gonna explore more of the end game stuff, I guess. More dungeons, I guess, right? So yeah. Tomorrow more Project Pufferfish, right? So before the raid, no? Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Boken. Hiya. Raiding to a Char, who is also a fellow Southeast Asian streamer. Oh, Southeast Asian. I mean, I'm Southeast Asian, but this one in particular, we are both from Malaysia, so it feels kind of special to me. Like, I mean, I've seen some Southeast Asian streamer, like Premium is one of them. Vodisaku? Yeah, Vodisaku is also a Kobo that's from Philippines, I believe. And then Boganut is from Malaysia. There's also a few that I don't remember, but I've seen a few. Not a lot though, right? I'm pretty sure streaming is not a very known thing in Southeast Asia in general. So yeah, that's why I feel kind of special. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here, Explotor. Thank you. Thank you all. Love you all. I will wait for the timer to go down as I always do. I mean, usually I just yep until the timer goes off. So thanks for hearing. Well, thank you, Mead. And thanks for being here. I was sleeping. It's all good. EP is very important. Thank you. I'm glad. Project Silverfish is fun. I'm gonna play more, but I'm hungry. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Warm and cozy. Yeah.